Good morning. It's now 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Partly cloudy. It'll be hot today, high around 86 degrees, and winds will be 10 to 20 miles per hour. There is also an elevated risk for brush fires today. Some new hope for a peace deal with Iran. President Trump saying that the war is, quote, closer to being over.
The big issue remains Iran's nuclear program. During the first round of peace talks, the U.S. demanded Iran stop its uranium enrichment for 20 years. Iran pushed back, offering 5 years. Despite that gap, both President Trump and Vice President Vance are sounding optimistic about a deal.
That's ABC's Christiane Cordero. A marijuana bill is headed to Governor Lee for his signature.
Despite shifting federal policy, medical marijuana remains off the table in Tennessee. Republican lawmakers approved legislation stopping state agencies from acting on any federal reclassification of cannabis, which President Trump has done through an executive order. Opponents of the bill say the move continues years of inaction, even with strong public support for medical use. Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Wall Street now. Stocks jumped on progress of peace talks in the Middle East, a surprising inflation report, and a batch of bank earnings reports. The Dow added 317 points. The Nasdaq jumped 455, and the S&P grew 81 points. Markets rose worldwide after Pakistan said it was trying to bring the U.S. and Iran together for another round of talks. That news helped lower the price of oil. A barrel of Brent crude fell 4% to $95. The latest inflation report shows prices at the wholesale level rose 4% in March compared to the month before, better than what economists expected. On the winning end, BlackRock gained 3% and Citigroup rose 2% after the financial companies reported stronger profit and revenue for the latest quarter than analysts expected. According to a filing last week, 7-Eleven plans to close 645 stores in the 2026 fiscal year. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Now, stock futures are pointing down this morning, but it's really not by much. The Dow futures are minus 33 points. The Nasdaq futures losing 11. We've got S&P futures minus 2. Stick around for your forecast, which is coming up, and your traffic, too. Next, I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, so they're doing road work on 24 this morning. It's between Almaville Road and Waldron Road. So they've got just one lane open in that area this morning. They'll pick it up within the next half hour or so. Otherwise, on 24, you're okay. Same thing for 40, 65. Looks pretty clear this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.505 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well. Welcome on in to a Hump Day, Wednesday, April 15th of 2026. A breezy, less humid high of 86 today and shaping up to be a really good day. You know who you don't want to be today?
Who's that?
Swalwell.
Oh, my goodness.
Good Lord have mercy. You know, I'm just going to say that it's not funny. I mean, these allegations are becoming more and more horrifying. And do you know what really pisses me off about the whole Swalwell thing? Is that the Democrats knew all along that this was an issue. They have known for years how much of a scuzz this guy was. I mean, people apparently, and I was listening to Fox News on my way in, and apparently, you know, you got all these people in California, Democrats, who knew all about these allegations. They did nothing.
It's Joe Biden all over again. I mean, it's the same thing.
Oh, and these Democrats have the audacity to start now coming at us with the 25th Amendment.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, these people, the hypocrisy is, I mean, I wish I could say that it's stunning, but it's not. But, man, when you start just putting all of these stories together and put them into the context of today's headlines, it's like, really? So the Democrats, they are pearl clutching over Donald Trump posting an AI-generated photograph, not a photograph, but a picture of him as Jesus. And now they're saying, oh, my gosh, we got to, implement the 25th Amendment. These same people stood by during, of course, the insanity of Joe Biden for 4 years. And they stood by while Eric Swalwell was raping women.
Well, they also used Obama in Jesus iconography all over the media.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That is a great point, Sam.
What was that on the cover of Time magazine, the halo picture?
Oh, yeah, as he's looking. Oh, it's just
nauseating.
Absolutely nauseating.
Break.
And, can I just say this? And this may raise the ire of some people, but would you say, and I might be over my skis on this, but would you say that Donald Trump posting that AI-generated picture of him as Jesus, would you say that tracks?
Yep.
Joan?
What do you mean it tracks?
That is something very Trumpian.
Yeah.
That is something Donald Trump would do.
Okay. Yeah.
He did the same thing with the Halo rendering of him as Master Chief.
So, in other words...
But I said that on the first day, but I felt badly about that. Because it feels blasphemous.
Okay, and that's fine, Joan, and you're right, but it's a very Trumpian thing to do.
Yes, it is.
That is a very Donald Trump thing to do. So you've got the left screaming about how the 25th Amendment, oh my gosh, look how he's acting. Really?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it pretty much tracks. That's what Donald Trump does. And, I mean, there's a lot of things that I love about Donald Trump, and there's some unforced errors that he does as well. And you take the good, you take the bad, you take them all, then there you have the facts of life.
Did you see Madison Cawthorn's tweet?
No.
There are more.
Isn't that interesting that he came up the first day? Didn't we? I talked about this the first day, Madison Cawthorn.
Yeah.
Where it's like somewhere Madison Cawthorn is feeling very vindicated right now. I actually mentioned it to Andy Ogles, as a matter of fact, when he was here too. He's, by the way, Madison Cawthorn now getting married, I guess. Good for him, whatever. So, yeah, I mean, of course there's more. I mean, Tim Burchett, same thing. We talked about Tim Burchett, how he has been talking about, some of these members of Congress who clearly are compromised. I mean, when you look at Eric Swalwell, And can I just tell you, I wasn't planning on covering this today. I guess, Sam, you're telling me and Joan, there's another victim that has now come out and said that he raped her.
Oh, yeah.
Is it the same one we talked about yesterday?
No, this is a new one. She came out yesterday. She's a former model or a current model. And she said that he spiked her drink. They were supposed to be going to his hotel room, to pick up paperwork before they went to a political event.
Oh, it's that whole picking up paperwork
Yes.
thing. Yeah, I'm air quoting for people not watching on Super Talk TV.
She said
and the other controversies, Ruben Gallego is being accused of being the man in the video where he's pulling the woman on the bed in the hotel room.
Wouldn't surprise me.
He says it's not him.
Because he
denies it, but they're very close friends, and he keeps saying, oh, we were all fooled by his second life.
Oh, BS.
Yeah.
Gallego.
Gallego. Yeah.
Gallego is a senator or a congressman?
Arizona senator.
Arizona senator. You want to hear what he had to say?
Yeah, go ahead, John.
You hear this, and then when you're close to somebody and you know his wife, you see this, you see that relationship, you know that like it maybe just isn't true.
Yeah. And here you go. Here's another one.
You hear this, and then when you're close,
Oh, that's the same one. Here you go.
I did ask him, and he lied to me.
He lied to me.
Yeah, sure.
This man led a double life.
This man led a double life. He lied to us. He lied to his family. Lied to his constituents.
Yeah, but he was his best friend.
I mean, Swalwell said that Gallego was his best friend in the whole world, I think is what the quote was.
So, yeah, so if all the press knew about it, how did his very best friend in the whole world not know it?
My own personal feeling on this is guys talk, and Gallego more than likely knew about these things. I obviously can't prove it. But if it was common knowledge in the Republican Party, or I should say the Democrat Party, well, probably the Republican Party too, who knows, but the Democrat Party, especially in the state of California, then Gallego most certainly knew as well. I'm not saying that he participated. I don't know if he did or not, but I don't buy for a second that he didn't know.
It was on the biography page of Swalwell's 2026 California gubernatorial campaign website that he was his best friend in the whole world.
Gallego has his own skeletons in the closet. He left his wife when she was 9 months pregnant. He's no old country bumpkin.
He left his wife when she was 9 months pregnant?
Ruben Gallego.
I got a longer soundbite. Real quick, I've got a longer soundbite from Gallego while you look that up. This is Ruben Gallego on his relationship with Eric Swalwell.
You know, I don't know what's going on with his family, but it's definitely a horrible situation for family. They're using that as a cover to attack me right now because they can't do it. They couldn't take back 2024 because they ran a horrible race. But now this is what they want to do. They just want to hurt me as much as they can. Presidents, everything.
Who's they?
Republicans.
Okay, but this is the Democrats that are doing this. I mean, Republicans agree, but I mean, everybody knows that this is the Democrats who are getting Swalwell out of the way in the California governor's race so that they don't end up with a Republican governor because they have that jungle primary, right? So this is not, memo to Ruben Gallego. This is not he can frame it as such. Oh, this is political persecution. This is the Republicans. No, Ruben Gallego, this is the Democrats, and you know that. Now, the Democrats can sit here and they can say, oh, no, it's the Republicans. It's the Republicans. Oh, we didn't know anything about this. Well, BS, and I have a feeling that this is going to come out more and more. By the way, I do have video, but we're going to find out more and more about who knew what when it comes to Eric Swalwell.
I'll say that. I don't care. We're going to wait, and that's not even a thing right now. The most important thing is I want to protect my family. I want to protect my family's reputation, and this is why we're talking about right now.
Did he say that he wants to protect his family's reputation? How do you do that when you, apparently, according to Joan, left your wife when she was 9 months pregnant?
Gallego married Sydney Barron in 2021. They have 2 children together. He has another child from his previous marriage to Kate Gallego, the mayor of Phoenix. So Ruben and Kate tied the knot in 2010, separated in 2017. She was blindsided. He said that they were irretrievably broken. She didn't know that. Irretrievably broken.
Okay. And she didn't know that.
She didn't know that they
She
were
said, I
broken.
didn't know we were broken.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to find.
Well, here's more from Gallego.
You've gone on trips, on vacations, officially, unofficially. You've gone out, presumably, with the congressman. You've never even witnessed him, I don't know, engage.
There was a picture. Apparently, they were roommates together in the House of Representatives. There's a picture of Gallego and Swalwell. I don't know if you've seen this. They're on camels, shirtless. It's like, we just stop it.
Oh, my gosh.
Put your damn shirts back on.
Engaging in an affair?
No.
Never.
What about
No.
How do you explain some of the photos that were online? I know you addressed one, but there is another one that shows both of you without shirts. I mean, how do you address some of those compromising photos?
We were on a beach.
Yeah,
I think you were on in the desert and on.
You're on camels, dude. You're on camels. I don't. I don't.
What beach has camels?
I don't know. A beach.
See, like he just goes, "Oh, sand, beach." Like I think he's in full blown panic in this interview.
Or he is in full blown panic. That is certainly true.
Camels.
It was a beach and a camel. But
All right, now we've got to find out what beach in the Middle East has camels.
it's a beach. Yeah.
So there you go, Ruben Gallego.
So it was confirmed that he ran off from her when she was 9 months pregnant. The Washington Free Beacon had to sue for the information about this. But Carrie Lake, remember when she was running for governor of Arizona? No, governor of Arizona, yes.
Yeah. She's a former newscaster.
Yes. I hope everybody who says they're going to vote for him will hold off until we get the details about why he ran off from his wife when she was 9 months pregnant. We don't know if it was spousal abuse.
Man, that is messed up.
Yeah.
9 months pregnant. All right, well.
The parties acknowledge and agree that there was no domestic violence during the marriage or that significant domestic violence did not occur. I think he became friends with Eric Swalwell at the time. And romping around on your wife when she's 9 months pregnant, probably. I'm dealing in rumor here and
I'm just
innuendo.
enjoying Joan utilizing the term romping around.
Romping
around.
It's like scuzzy.
You know what? Apparently,
The folks on YouTube think it's funny that you use the word scuzzy.
did I use the term scuzzy?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You called him a scuzz.
Do you know what? Apparently, with Eric Swalwell, any room that he was in would be romper room.
Ah.
Huh?
Yeah. Okay.
How's that for some humor at 5:17 in the morning?
When did Gallego leave his wife, Joan?
2016 or 2017. The
Him
divorce
and
became.
Swalwell became friends in 2014 when they were both elected to Congress.
There you go.
There was a guy named, and I've told this story once before. Fort Wayne, Indiana, Mark Souder. That's where I lived, Fort Wayne, many years ago. You can look that up, Sam, Mark Souder. He was a Republican congressman, and he, as well, had to resign in disgrace when I was in Fort Wayne because of an affair, right? And he talked about how when people go to Washington, D.C., and this will surprise no one, certainly not Joan, who worked in Washington, D.C., and so he went down because of an affair. And he said that when people go to Washington, D.C., something happens between the lobbyists and the power and being essentially away from the family. That whole thing, ultimately, it leads people astray. And I'm not going to say exclusively men, because obviously women do bad stuff too. But, you know, guys go there and they do these things, and the temptation is all around you. And I forget, this feels very familiar. I must have talked about this or interviewed somebody, whatever. I think I've said this in the last couple of days, but they go to Washington, D.C., they're without their families, and they do these things. And, I mean, not all men do this, obviously, clearly. But, I mean, this is something that we see time and time again. What year was that Mark Souder had to resign?
On May 18th of 2010, he would resign from Congress effective Friday, May 21st, admitting to an affair with Tracy Meadows Jackson. We
interviewed him on Whoa Whoa. I mean, it was all the time.
Really?
Because he was our congressman, right? And
was this the guy that went off on a vacation or something? No, different guy.
Different guy.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Souder, I think he's dead now, but he, good guy. I mean, and then he was led astray, and he led himself, is classic. Guy's, Christian, and he spoke a lot about God and Christianity, morality, and all that kind of stuff. And then he gets caught having an affair, and we're on the morning show at that time, just like, oh, God, okay, now, hey, Congressman, you want to come on for an interview? No.
Yeah.
So anyway, that was a dark day. Anyway, so these things, they just, I'm not saying they happen. They do happen. I think there's two different parts of this story as more and more women are coming forward about Eric Swalwell. Number one, obviously, is what he did. Number two, the big cover-up. Gallego over here trying to cover up his own possible culpability in all of this. Who knew what when within the Democrat Party? And I would also ask, okay, you know what? What about Republicans? Did Republicans know this was going on? Because, I mean, listen, I'm looking side-eyed Republicans all the time. And so my question would be, did any Republicans know about this? And was everybody just kind of lying in wait until they could take down this useful idiot? Because let's be honest, what Swalwell, as a useful idiot, Joan, what was he best known for? Trying to take down Donald Trump, right?
Yeah, because he was on, Judiciary?
Yeah. So I think he was on a couple of different committees. But, but beyond Judiciary, remember that he was always on the shows. He was very good at going after Donald Trump, doing whatever he could to try to take down Donald Trump, sell Russian collusion, sell all of the, race baiting and all that other crap. He was very good at that. Now, why on God's green earth did Eric Swalwell know? Because he knew that the receipts were out there, Joan.
Yeah.
He knew it. Why would he decide then to run for higher office? The arrogance of Eric Swalwell and people of his ilk. It's stunning to me that they just decide, okay, you know what? So what that I've been sending my junk to all of these different women and that there's all of these accusations that are out there. And I've left a trail of indecency, behind me over the past, I don't know, however many years. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to run for higher office. I mean, here's the other thing. Had he not run for the governorship in California, he would still be doing it. And the Democrats would still allow it to happen. So there's a lot of different angles to this particular story. And I know that people are like, oh, story's over. This story has not even begun to end. You got more people that are coming out. You got the cover-up. Now you're going to have more names dropping. I'd be willing to bet that there's going to be more names dropping. Knives are out for Gallego over here. We had the guy out of Texas. I forget his name now. Tony Gonzalez.
Yeah.
He was it Tony Gonzalez?
Yep.
Okay. So he as well has decided to resign. And I think that there's going to be more.
I must regale you with my favorite Swalwell clip on hardball.
Okay, go ahead.
The president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard from
just farts and keeps going.
Well, you know why that? Do you know why that happened?
Because
right?
he's full of
No. Well, yes, that, but also because, he knew that this whole thing was coming and he was crapping Twinkies.
Oh, yeah.
Crapping Twinkies. It's funny. I keep waiting for other hosts to steal that. Nobody ever does. I wonder why. Anyway, it is 5:23. Jones got the news at 5.
It needs a T-shirt.
Exactly right. Need to put it on a T-shirt and a hashtag. Anyway, 5:24 now. Jones got the news at 5:30. Joan.
Yeah, a new round of peace talks could be taking place in the next few days. Also, we've got the indictment that's been unsealed for a Hendersonville musician, and it is disturbing. It's coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, thank you, Joan. Also, a little bit of a programming announcement. We never do interviews at 5:30 in the morning, 5:35 in the morning. EJ Antoni, though, is going to be hopping on a flight, got some big highfalutin meetings, but he's agreed to join us at 5:35 before he gets on this plane to talk about the negotiations that are going to, probably in the next couple of days, take place between the U.S. and Iran, because clearly the blockade of the blockade And, I hear people sort of, what's the right word? Just sort of, I don't know, mocking what Donald Trump is doing in the Middle East, in the Strait of Hormuz. But I think that this has Iran on the run. It really does. They are now, and I talked about this yesterday, they are freaking out because of the amount of money that they're losing. So they're going to come back to the negotiating table. Donald Trump saying in the next couple of days where we may have more negotiations now. They're in a different place now than they were even last weekend because of this blockade. So they're freaking out. Iran is freaking out. And I believe that they'll be in a much more of a mood to negotiate now than they were previously. So we'll talk about that with EJ Antoni coming up at 5:35 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. By the way, watch us on Super Talk TV. Also, Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. Stay close.
Good morning. It's now 5:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Partly cloudy, high near 86 again today. And we're hearing that there's an elevated risk for strong thunderstorms tomorrow. We'll be tracking that. The nation will be watching this morning as President Trump speaks to Fox Business about the situation in Iran.
President Trump is suggesting a new round of peace talks with Iran could take place in the next couple of days. They're expected to be led once again by Vice President Vance. U.S. Central Command announced overnight that the U.S. blockade in the Strait of Hormuz has been fully implemented, cutting off trade in and out of Iran, giving the U.S. more leverage in any peace talks going forward.
That's ABC's Christiane Cordero. New disturbing details about a Hendersonville musician who's been charged with child sex crimes. The indictment lays out nearly 160 counts against Phil Vaught, including statutory rape, sexual battery, and sexual exploitation of a child.
According to that indictment, the crimes allegedly happened between 2015 and 2017. Kim German with the Sexual Assault Center in Nashville says delayed reporting is not uncommon, especially for young victims.
They don't know that anybody will believe them. The shame around feeling shame or embarrassment about what happened, that fear of shame and blame will keep them from talking.
Vaught's bond was set at $1.5 million.
Channel 4's Danielle Ledbetter. Their officials believe there may be more victims out there, and they're asking anyone with information to call Hendersonville police. The double arch bridge on Natchez Trace Parkway closed beginning today. It'll be closed for the next year or so as crews add a permanent pedestrian barrier to the walkway. Officials say since the 90s, more than 40 people have lost their lives to suicide on that bridge. There's a 7-mile detour in place. That is the latest news. Stick around for traffic next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Looks like they picked up that construction zone on 24 westbound through the Laverne area. So traffic is moving okay there. 40 looks great as well, and no problem so far on 65. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.536, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And welcome on in to your Wednesday. All right, want to welcome to the program EJ Antoni. EJ, always great to have you on. Of course, folks know lead economist over at the Heritage Foundation. You've been seeing on Fox News, I'm assuming Fox Business as well. EJ, so many questions. Number one, the blockade of the blockade. Were you surprised that President Trump took this tact after negotiations fell through to basically block the Iranians from taking over the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, honestly, Dan, I think I've been surprised at pretty much every step of this entire thing. So maybe I should just start expecting the unexpected, right?
Yes.
Look, part of the problem here is the fact that the only crude that was essentially getting through previously, getting through the strait was Iranian crude. Obviously, they're not going to stop their own ships from getting through. So aside from the few other ships on which they were charging a toll for safe passage, it was primarily Iranian crude, and they were shipping more than before the war. Not only that, but they were obviously doing so at much higher prices. So this was clearly a move aimed at hurting the Iranians financially, but unfortunately, it's also hurting the rest of the world, including us.
It is said that Iran is losing something like $450 million every day due to this blockade. Now, that's huge. Obviously, this will impact Iran financially. And talk about, number one, do those numbers jive with you? And number two, I think President Trump is looking at this as, this is a great way, even if the rest of the world is going to suffer, and everybody knows that, the rest of the world also, I would believe, understands that this could be the quickest way to wrap up this war and try to get Iran in a place where they'll actually negotiate.
So in regards to your first question, sure, I think those numbers are perfectly reasonable. I don't see any reason, or I guess I should say I don't have any evidence to say why those numbers are outside a reasonable range in terms of how much damage it's doing to the Iranians. But again, we gotta grapple with the fact that it's hurting us and it's hurting the rest of the world, certainly far more because of these higher oil prices. And we see all of these super tankers that are now coming to the Gulf to fill up with American crude. The problem is that we just don't have enough to meet that demand. We don't have any excess capacity because for 4 years, Biden did everything he could to strangle America's oil and natural gas industries. Even if we literally exported all of our oil and we never even kept literally any for ourselves, which obviously is impossible, right? But even if we did that, it would only be about half of all the crude that was previously flowing through the Strait of Hormuz. So again, it's not a demand that we have any kind of excess capacity with which we could actually meet, unfortunately. So it's just unclear in terms of who is going to cry uncle first and which side this is really going to do more damage to in the long run.
Factor in the oil from Venezuela. How much of an impact would that have on our own ability to help supply the rest of the world with oil?
So the amount of oil we're getting from Venezuela is relatively small, and a lot of that just has to do with the fact that Venezuelan production was down so much by the time we essentially took over, by the time we went in, kidnapped Maduro and elevated, I guess it was the vice president to become president down there, because the communists had so neglected energy infrastructure for years in that country. They were only producing something like a tenth of potential output. That's not an exaggeration. I mean, they literally just drove that industry into the ground after they kicked out all the American companies and others who actually knew what they were doing there. So that's basically the status in Venezuela. And unfortunately, it's going to take literally decades to ramp up production there and to rebuild that industry almost from scratch. Now, that's not to say you can't see an increase in output a lot sooner. I would say within just a year or two, not a decade or two, you're going to have some increase in production. But again, to get Venezuela all the way up to their potential, that's going to take many years.
Well, and real quick, then I'll get back to Iran. But Chevron has now gone back into Venezuela. They've got a new deal. So I'm assuming that will, increase the opportunity in the years ahead for exports from Venezuela now that Chevron is back in the game.
Well, that's exactly right, 100%. And so this is definitely really, really going to help. You're going to see that investment pour back in. You're going to see an increase in exploration, in production, in drilling, all of those things, and that's great. And you're going to see the pipelines and the shipping facilities. That's probably the biggest bottleneck. You're going to see all of those things rebuilt in the coming years. But again, these are all things that take time. And unfortunately, it was not done 4 years ago. So that's why, again, we don't have the excess capacity to meet the surge in demand at this moment.
EJ Antoni is joining us on Super Talk 99.7. EJ, some people seem confused by the blockade. So basically, this is my understanding. If it's an Iranian ship from an Iranian port, they're going to get stopped. The U.S. will not interfere with ships transiting from the Strait to or from non-Iranian ports. Also, I guess maybe separately, but still impacted, if we see ships that have sanctions placed on them, we'll look at them as well. I mean, fill in the blanks. What else am I missing? I'm not confused by this. I don't know why other people seem to be. Is there anything that I'm missing here?
Well, I think part of the problem here is the fact that we keep getting so many conflicting reports. And it's not just news outlets where, literally just yesterday, I saw one report that said 20 ships have made it past the blockade. And then another report that said, no, it was actually only 6. And then a final report that said, no, it turns out it might not have been any. We just don't know. I mean, which one is it, people? The media is reporting on this, and the lack of vetting of stories has been absolutely horrendous. Now, some of that probably has to do with the second part, which is that the messaging out of various governments, whether it's ours, whether it's the Iranians, the messaging has been very, very inconsistent. And that's not necessarily an attack on one government or another, because, look, this is a war. The situation is on the ground or on the water is incredibly fluid, no pun intended, and things are changing constantly. So I think that's probably part of the confusion as well, unfortunately. And it's just making it incredibly hard for us to get any solid information out of the region and to actually figure out what the heck is going on so that we can then analyze it and determine, all right, what is the impact going to be of these different events.
I thought it was interesting where so Iran basically, aside from their own ships and some other select ships, Iran was not allowing any other ships through, holding the world hostage. America comes in and we're stopping Iran, but we're letting other ships go through the Strait of Hormuz. And so could it be said that with us taking over the blockade, Trump taking over the blockade, that more ships are now able to get through, not less?
Again, Dan, it's just unclear. I've seen too many conflicting reports on this to be willing to comment either way. Unfortunately, I mean, ideally, yes, that's exactly what would be happening. Ideally, we would be stopping any and all Iranian shipping, and everyone else would have safe passage. That's the ideal scenario. But again, unfortunately, I've just seen too many conflicting reports to know if that's actually true or not.
And I get it, because I've been talking to you on this station and others for the last couple of months now, and oh my Lord, you're right. Trying to track down what is actually happening has been frustrating. The Trump administration, a while back, eased sanctions on Russian oil. Now, this week, the administration came out and re-implemented those sanctions full force. And so a lot of people are accusing the president, as they do, of flip-flopping on Russian oil. He eased the sanctions in the first place because he wanted to, help the oil markets and try to keep the price of oil down, the price of gasoline down. Now he is re-implementing those sanctions full force. Talk about why he did it in the first place and why he's doing this now.
Well, we basically have this kind of bizarre codependent relationship, if you will, with oil producers around the world, because we're just so dependent on oil, and we are so reliant on low oil prices to try to keep inflation down at this point, because there's nothing else really doing it, right? We're still spending, borrowing, and printing way too much money, which is creating inflationary pressures. So we're relying on lower input costs via low oil prices to keep things, to keep a lid on inflation. And what has happened with this whole conflict with Iran really is that Russia has been the true winner. Russia was previously having to sell their oil on the black market, essentially, at discount prices in order to get around the sanction regime. And now what they've been able to do is sell at full market price, unsanctioned. And so not only are they selling at a higher price because they're no longer having to sell at a discount, but the actual market price has basically doubled. So they are getting way more per barrel of oil, and they're exporting more because they actually do have excess capacity, unlike us here in the United States. And so their oil revenues have absolutely exploded during this whole thing.
One of the things that a lot of people talk about, including yours truly, is from a geopolitical standpoint, Iran selling oil to China. We have, word that, if I remember right, I think it was China or Russia, one of the two, was providing weapons to Iran. But the question I have is, with the blockade going on now regarding Iranian ships, how does that impact China? Does that impact their oil supply as well?
Oh, certainly it does. China was getting a lot of its oil from Iran. And look, Iran was another case where they were having to sell, because of sanctions, they were having to sell oil under the table at a discount. And when Iranian crude was the only thing actually getting through the strait, that discount went away and their oil was actually selling at a premium to the global benchmark of Brent crude. So again, they were another one where, at least when their crude was flowing through the strait, they were selling for substantially more than they were before, and they were selling a lot more. So their oil revenues were also exploding. Now what's happening is all of these nations that used to get their crude, whether it was from Iran or from other nations in the Middle East, now they're having to go elsewhere for it. That's why you have all those super tankers coming to the Gulf. That is why oil prices everywhere have exploded. It is a global market at the end of the day. And so if you're Japan and you previously got 95% of your oil from the Middle East, now you're knocking on the door of West Texas saying, we'd like to bid in your auction for this oil. And that's why prices here at home have exploded as well. Even though we drill so much and we are technically a net exporter, if you include all of the crude products from distillation, things like gasoline and diesel, now there's this huge competition from abroad. And that, again, is driving up prices domestically.
EJ, real quick, Saudi Arabia has been worried that Iran would, in retaliation, block their shipping lanes in the Red Sea, and that they'd use the Houthi rebels to do it. Of course, another Iranian-funded terror organization. Talk about Saudi Arabia's concerns.
Well, Saudi Arabia's concerns are very real. They have already maxed out their main east-west pipeline that is transferring oil down from the Gulf down to the Red Sea. And so there's nothing more they can get, right? You can't squeeze any additional juice out of that lemon, so to speak. And that means that now not only is that maxed out, but it is the new single point of failure, you can say, for their export market. And you're right, Iran's proxies have threatened, as far as I can see, they have been threatening to cut off that choke point as well, which would be extremely detrimental to the Saudis, and not just the Saudis, but a lot of other nations as well in that region. So, these single choke points really are I think the biggest point of leverage that the Iranians have, and they've been using it, sadly, very effectively.
All right, EJ, always great to have you on. I know you've got a flight to catch. Thank you very much for your insight on all of this, and we'll talk again soon.
Hey, my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
All righty, 551, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Yeah, and I think that the Iranians are being put in a box. I mean, they are in a situation now where they are losing a crap ton of money. And I get what EJ is saying, and I would agree that the entire world is suffering from this blockade and these blockades. But I think that for me, my perspective on this is that it does make sense that we take the bull by the horns. We do what we need to do to financially cripple Iran. If we can financially cripple Iran, which is what we're doing, then they are more than likely to come to an agreement regarding their quest for nuclear weapons. As a matter of fact, this is why you have President Trump now saying that in the next couple of days, the negotiations will continue. Stephen Miller from the Trump administration, he was on with Jesse Waters last night.
Listen to a panicking, Jesse. You will do very well in life. Ignore the panicins, right? They were the ones who warned of calamity in Venezuela and ended up being one of the greatest single foreign policy, military, geopolitical maneuvers in world history. What you're watching now in Iran with the implementation of this blockade is the total resetting of the American power dynamic for the next 100 years. President Trump is saying, we, the United States, have the world's not just most powerful military, most powerful navy. And whoever controls the seas is able to control the outcomes in any foreign policy showdown. And so President Trump has put Iran in a box. He's played the checkmate move. And so now, no matter what path Iran chooses, America wins. If Iran chooses the path of a deal, then that's great for the world. That's great for everybody. If Iran chooses the path of economic strangulation by blockade, then the world will pass Iran by. New energy routes will be established. New supply chains will be established. Other nations throughout the region, throughout the world, and especially America, will power the world, and Iran will become a footnote. So that's the choice Iran has, and President Trump has put America into a win-win posture.
We'll have to wait and see what happens. It is 5:53, and Joan's got the news coming up at 6. Joan.
Yeah, you can hear the latest accusers' claims against Eric Swalwell in just a moment. And also, the Tennessee Republicans have thumbed their noses at President Trump. We'll explain how coming up at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:58, Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and good morning to you. Hey, Joan, you know what today is?
Today is tax day.
It's tax day.
Yeah.
Do you get especially pissed off at the Somalians on a day like today?
Oh, you know what? I wasn't
Sorry.
before now, thanks.
I'm sorry. It's just, when it's a day and, it also happens to be payday.
Yeah.
And I don't know about anybody else, but, I pay a crap ton of taxes. I know that most of us do. And on a day like today, where not only is it, obviously, again, it is tax day, it's payday, of course, and you look at your paycheck and you realize how much money that you pay in taxes, and then you realize where that money is going.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you've got the Somalian fraud. You've got all of that fraud that is going on in California and other states as well. You've got the healthcare fraud. I mean, I could go on and on and on. And as far as, I don't believe, when President Trump says we could solve the national debt if we stopped all of the fraud, I don't believe that. The numbers don't really pan out. But, I mean, his point is well taken. I mean, when you look at the amount of money that we collectively pay in taxes, and then on a day like today, where if you don't have your taxes paid, well, you're going to get in trouble. You're going to hear from the IRS, et cetera, et cetera. It gets more and more infuriating because we find out more and more how much of our tax dollars are wasted, whether it is, Somalians. You could talk about the illegal aliens in California. You could talk about the American citizens that have been ripping off the taxpayers across America. So,
How about American Congress people? Like, what's her name? Sheila Sherfilis McCormick, who stole $5 million in FEMA funds?
Yeah, exactly, Joan. Exactly. This is something that we see all the time. And, you hear from people like, if I remember right, Rand Paul does the whole thing about, the pork list where all our money has been wasted. I mean, I talk about that. I used to have a tradition where I do it like every single April 15th. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it today because there's a lot going on. But, just if you want to get good and irritated today, just look at your paycheck, look at the taxes that have been taken out, and go out and thank a Somalian. I'm totally kidding. Anyway, 6 o'clock, Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 6 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Eric Swalwell is officially a former congressman. He resigned from Congress yesterday. It comes amid the latest accusation against him.
Lana Drews, a former model, accuses Swalwell of assaulting her in his hotel room in 2018.
He raped me, and he choked me. And while he was choking me, I lost consciousness.
Drew saying she believes Swalwell drugged her drink when they were planning to attend a political event. His attorney says the former congressman categorically and unequivocally denies each and every allegation of sexual misconduct and assault, calling them false, fabricated, and deeply offensive.
That's ABC's Lionel Moyes. The Justice Department has asked a federal appeals court to throw out seditious conspiracy convictions of Proud Boys and Oath Keepers leaders tied to the January 6th Capitol riot. Federal prosecutors said it's no longer in the interest of justice to continue to prosecute the cases after President Trump's day one order to pardon every defendant involved in that case. Here in Tennessee, Republicans in the General Assembly are thumbing their noses at an executive order from the president.
Even as the federal government loosens marijuana restrictions, Tennessee lawmakers are digging in. Tennessean says Republicans passed a bill blocking state agencies from adjusting marijuana policy without new legislation. Supporters say the General Assembly, not federal changes or state commissioners, should decide marijuana policy. Opponents argue the legislature has stalled for years despite strong public support for medical cannabis. Vanderbilt polling shows about 81% of Tennesseans support medical marijuana. Nearly two-thirds support recreational legalization. Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Stocks continued to play catch-up Tuesday. The Dow Jones gaining 318 points to close at 48,536, and the S&P 500 adding nearly 1.2% on the day. The Nasdaq Composite enjoyed a 2% advance, its 10th consecutive session of gains. The International Monetary Fund is cutting its global growth forecast to 3.1% and boosting its expectation for global inflation to 4.4%. The IMF points to the U.S.-Iran conflict as the cause. Months before SpaceX plans to go public, Amazon is nipping at its heels, purchasing satellite-based telecom company Globalstar for about $11.5 billion. The deal adds 24 satellites to Amazon's existing network of 200.
That's ABC's Jim Ryan. Dow futures today, right now, down 43. The NASDAQ futures losing 22 points. We've got the S&P futures down 3. That's the latest news. Traffic is next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 603 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here for Loan Pronto. Credit card interest rates, they're now over 29%. And most people, they're only making the minimum payment, so they're getting nowhere in paying down that principal. But here's what a lot of homeowners simply don't realize. Using the equity in your home, you can easily access hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash. Now, with Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan, you can pay off your credit cards, your existing HELOC, your car loans, or get money for that all-important home improvement project. Now, one client just got $100,000 approved working through Loan Pronto, saving over $1,500 a month. And here's the best part. With Loan Pronto, you can do it all from your phone with zero out-of-pocket costs, no hard credit pull up front, no appraisal, no long drawn-out bank process, and no touching your first mortgage. That is huge. Now, rates are at near 3-year lows, so you've got to act right now with Loan Pronto. Go to loanpronto.com, loanpronto.com to see how much money you can get in about 60 seconds. 2,800 five-star Google reviews cannot be wrong. Loan Pronto, 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780. Find them online, loanpronto.com. That's loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Okay, we have no problems this morning, no major accidents, but 24 is jamming up from the Laverne area into Nashville. You also have 65 now starting to slow down in the Millersville area as you head toward 24, the merge with 24 there. 40, however, checks out fine this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
607 Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and appreciate you being here. I heard the news story, Joan, that you were talking about Republicans basically giving the middle finger to President Donald Trump and his executive order regarding medical marijuana.
Yeah.
The headline, Tennessee Republicans halt path to medical marijuana after federal shift. This is from Reuters. As federal officials work to reclassify marijuana as a less dangerous drug, Tennessee Republicans voted on April 13th to overrule an automatic state review that would have been triggered by that federal action and could have legalized cannabis for medical use. Tennessee is one of 10 states where marijuana remains illegal for both medical and recreational purposes. Now, I've been very disappointed by the state legislature on this because I am all for medicinal marijuana. I am. I know I've spoken to so many veterans who have told me that this is how they deal with their PTSD. I've spoken to so many families who have kids that have seizures, and the only thing that works for them is medicinal marijuana. And so this is frustrating because a lot of the things that I agree with the state legislature on, there's a lot of things that I agree with the state legislature on. I don't agree with them on this one. And I mean, in Ken's report, he says that in Tennessee, there is overwhelming support. I have felt that, where there is a lot of support for medicinal marijuana in our state. It's interesting, too, because you talk to some of the various state lawmakers, and they say, yeah, we got to look at that. We got to look at that. Maybe next year, maybe next year. I've been hearing that for 12 years, actually. I'm very passionate about this, as a matter of fact. Basically, so the feds are looking to reclassify marijuana as a less dangerous drug. So then I guess that would mean that we would automatically review at the state level, and that could have, I guess, legalized cannabis for medical use. And the Republicans just said, nope, we're not going to allow that to happen. The story goes, in December, President Donald Trump signed that executive order expediting the reclassification of marijuana as a less dangerous drug and recognizing its medical benefits. How anybody can deny the medical benefits of medicinal marijuana is beyond me. They say reclassification by the Drug Enforcement Administration would move marijuana out of the Schedule I category, where it sits with heroin and LSD, and into Schedule III alongside drugs like ketamine. The change would allow new medical research. It would not make marijuana legal for medical or recreational use nationwide. Now, this is the important part. In the state of Tennessee, by state law, when a drug is federally rescheduled, it triggers a review by Tennessee's commissioners of health and mental health. The officials meet and determine whether to change the drug's state-level restrictions in alignment with the federal government. Now, these commissioners are appointed by the governor, and they serve at the will of the governor. The current commissioner was appointed by Bill Haslam, reappointed by Governor Lee. House and Senate Republicans approved House Bill 1972, making it so that even if the federal government loosens restrictions on marijuana, state agencies would be barred from making changes unless the legislature passes new bills. Well, unfortunately, the state legislature, they're not going to legalize medicinal marijuana in the state of Tennessee. Pharrell Hale, Republican out of Gallatin, says this: we don't want the Wild West out here. We want the General Assembly deciding how we decide and deal with things. That bill, 1972, now goes to the desk of Governor Bill Lee. Did I get all that right, Joan?
Think so. Think you nailed it.
So it is frustrating. I'm just going to tell you, and everybody knows where I stand on this. And you know what's interesting, too? Way, way, way back when I first got to WTN, we were talking about this. And there's been, I would call, a pretty seismic shift in the state of Tennessee. When I first got here, and I talked about medicinal marijuana, because my previous job was in Colorado, and I talked about medicinal marijuana there. And they, of course, had just legalized marijuana recreationally, which I was against. But as far as medicinally goes, I mean, I'm all for it. Man, Joan, you should have heard. You're from California. You're from California, right? All that stuff because I was for medicinal marijuana. And now there's a lot of people, including people here at, who listen to WTN, who are all for medicinal marijuana. And so I've noticed that. I mean, I could open up I'm not going to, but I could open up the phone lines right now. I would get so many calls from veterans who would talk about how, these kinds of things, these kinds of drugs, chemicals, whatever you want to call them, helps with their PTSD. We could talk about the seizures. We could talk about this all day long. And so it is disappointing. The state legislature, they've said various times, oh, yeah, we'll look at this, and they never do. If you want to take a poll, take the Daily Dan poll, just to, if you want to have your say on this, go to YouTube. And how did we frame or phrase the Daily Dan poll on YouTube? Watch us on YouTube and take the poll, which we've put one up, and basically it says what?
Do you support the legalization of medical marijuana?
In the state of Tennessee?
Correct.
Okay, very good. So do we have some numbers so far? Because we put it up about 10 minutes ago, and the numbers say?
Early numbers are 89% positive.
89% positive. The overwhelming support, Joan.
What?
Overwhelming support for medicinal marijuana in the state of Tennessee, according to the very scientific Daily Dan poll that we just did with 89%.
Less than enthusiastic support from one Joan Jones.
Yeah, is there an I don't care about this issue selection on that? Because I don't.
Don't step on the grass, man.
Dude. All right.
Legendary Steppenwolf song.
Note to self, when I talk about this again, don't include Joan Jones.
Can we get Ken Weaver for that?
I don't care about the issue at the state. Like, I don't. Whether or not people smoke pot,
Yeah.
Like, I get the whole medical marijuana thing, but I think it also gets highly abused. Like, highly abused. It's the same thing for, the placards, the wheelchair placards.
The wheelchair placards
in cars. Everybody's got them because now, if that's available to everyone, they're going to abuse it. It's the same with medical marijuana.
Hey, Joan, don't forget those service animals, too.
Yeah, the service animals. I mean, come on.
Stopping people from having panic attacks and predicting their seizures. Damn it.
All right. We're not going to fight amongst family. It is 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Knives for your tires. 6:16 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Amen, Jones, says Valerie. Yeah.
Breezy, less humid at a high of 86 with some on and off clouds today. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7, WTN 3994. I'm with you. Although somebody called you Joanne, it's Joan. I will admit.
Always call me Joanna.
But see, there's a way to ensure that it is not abused, right? I mean, there are ways to ensure that it is not abused, but that's what the state legislature is supposed to do. The state legislature is supposed to come up with, ways to ensure that the system is not abused. I don't think that you make veterans and people that have these, these conditions that they end up having seizures and all that. I don't think that you make them suffer because the state legislature won't look at this and do whatever they can to ensure the right policies are in place so that people who might want to abuse it don't. I mean, don't make everybody else suffer because the state legislature refuses to tackle this issue.
Yeah.
And by the way, they've tackled this in a very nuanced kind of a way. And I want to be fair to them as well. I've had Jack Johnson on talking about this. I don't want to cast a wide net over my ire with the state legislature on this one particular issue, because by and large, I love living in the very conservative state of Tennessee. I really do. The state legislature does great work. I just wish that they would look at this issue a little more closely. 9421, Joan might gain some haters today. No. If there's one of us on the morning show that people simply cannot hate, it is Joan Jones.
8014, Joan needs a bong toke.
You know, Joan, if you just get stoned a little bit more, you'd have more insight.
Okay.
That's what you need to do. You need to get stoned more, Joan.
All right.
You know what? That'll be our for the news sounder from now on.
The bong.
We'll just do a bong hit for Joan. Actually, I think it's abundantly clear of the three of us, which one of us would not be taking any bong hits, and that would be Joan Jones.
You want to get high?
Never once have I heard Joan Jones say, "Hey, bud, let's party." Never heard that from Joan Jones ever.
No.
Joan, do you have a favorite stoner? This is a great topic of conversation.
A favorite stoner?
Who?
Like in the movies?
Yeah.
Like Willie Nelson, Snoop Dogg, you know.
Willie Nelson. Let's just go down the list, right?
Martha Stewart.
Martha Stewart. You've got Jeff Spicoli, of course, from Fast Times at Ridgemont High. He would be mine.
I think that's kind of my favorite because he kind of overdid the part. So, you know, that was kind of funny.
Did you ever do your homework and watch 10 Things I Hate About You?
I mean, I've watched 10 Things I Hate About You.
No, that was the movie you and I loved that we told Joan she needed to watch if she had a heart.
Oh, no, she never watched it.
There's a scene, you remember the scene where the principal's got detention and the kid's got the weed on his desk?
Yeah.
And he comes by and I'm confiscating this. And then he passes another student and goes, there's a bag of Cheetos. I'm confiscating this too.
Now, listen, you can find Jeff Spicoli funny
and
still not be pro-pot.
Right.
Right? So I did find Jeff Spicoli funny, Fast Times at Ridgemont High. For the life of me, I don't know why. 5286, I'm mad at Dan for Joan's opinion. I can't win ever. But I think that I think the world needs a Fast Times at Ridgemont High class reunion. Why do they not do that?
Because Sean Penn is insufferable in real life.
Sean Penn is absolutely insufferable in real life. Do you think that Sean Penn actually, because you know Sean Penn, I don't know if you know this, Joan, but clearly Sam does and I do. Do you know that Sean Penn takes himself way too seriously?
Yeah.
And so I wonder if he took himself really seriously back when he did Jeff Spicoli. Because when you look at the arc of his acting career, he would do, the fun things like he did Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Don't know what else he did. But then he went into serious acting mode, right? And now, I don't know, does he take himself so seriously that he would not do Jeff Spicoli, what would be 30 years later, 30-year class reunion, whatever it would be? Because I think that'd be funny.
40-something.
Would it be 40-something? Thank you for making me feel old.
And he's also on this international affairs, he thinks he's the international man of whatever. Just go away. You're not that important, buddy.
Cheech and Chong.
Cheech and Chong is another.
I remember Cheech and Chong movies.
And Scooby.
Jay and Silent Bob.
Jay and Silent Bob is another one. What are you talking about, Scooby? Scooby wasn't a stoner.
The whole thing about Scooby-Doo is that they're a bunch of teenagers or young adults that get stoned in a van and they solve mysteries.
Well, I thought only Shaggy and Scooby were the ones that got stoned. I didn't think that Fred and Velma and...
Well, Shaggy was the stoner in that,
Shaggy.
right?
Now, Fred and Velma and...
The red-haired
Daphne.
chick.
Daphne.
Yeah.
Yeah, the redhead. Anyway, so...
Oh, my gosh.
Maybe they got stoned. See, I wasn't going to do it. I was going to leave it to Sam to be the creeper this time. But did they maybe get stoned from, the secondhand smoke? Because it was...
if they're all in the van.
They're trapped in the van and stuff, man.
5294, does Joan drink? Yeah, I love a glass of wine.
And whiskey. Don't fool anybody.
Okay, I do like whiskey, on the rocks kind of thing. Sipping around the campfire. That's cool.
I can tell you that whiskey tastes so much better after someone's passed you to the left, just saying.
Okay. You know what? We don't encourage marijuana use, the devil's lettuce use on this radio program. We don't.
I'm not encouraging it. I'm just saying things taste better.
Sam, unless you have a slight headache and medicinal marijuana is allowed in the state of Tennessee, no pot for you. And matter of fact, you know what I think we need to start doing, Joan?
I've got general anxiety disorder. I think I'd qualify.
You work on this show. You must. You know what I think, Joan?
Yeah.
I think that what we need to do is on this show, we need to drug test Sam like every week.
Oh, I think that's a really
every
good...
Monday,
on Monday morning.
Every Monday, we're going to have to drug test Sam just to make sure.
Pee in the cup in the bathroom and place it on the container and.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, we'll have a test in there for you.
That's what we need to do.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Here's Robert said, I agree with John. I'm sick and tired of smelling the crap that it's not legal here, and you need to tell people about this. How many times have you walked through a parking lot, like you get out of your car and you're on your way into the Kroger and you're like half high by the time you get in there because somebody's smoking marijuana in their car and you pass by them? It's crazy.
Joan, that's just an opportunity to make new friends.
Okay, so that's never happened to me here. That happens in like California, Las Vegas.
Happens all the time.
Where are you going?
I must be hanging out in the wrong places.
Clearly. Sam, does that happen to you?
I mean, remember, I went to go see the ISS when it was passing over.
And you could smell in the parking lot,
you thought I was
right?
tattling on somebody because now I believe that was someone in an apartment building somewhere downtown. But that's what happens in a downtown district. I myself reside in a rural area, so it doesn't bother me.
I don't. I have not smelled an abundance of marijuana here in Tennessee. I just haven't, unless maybe I'm at a concert, whatever it might be. But it is true. You go to a place like California, you go to a place like Las Vegas, and the smell, or Colorado, for the love of all that is holy. So yes, in those states, absolutely. I don't smell it here. Maybe other people do, but
John Denver was really on to something with Rocky Mountain High.
Oh, he sure was, boy. I don't know if that is that this. If it's not, it should be the song for the state of Colorado.
Absolutely, it should be.
Mm-hmm. All right, 624 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And Joan's got the news coming up at 6:30. Joan.
Yeah, we'll bring you the latest from the Strait of Hormuz this morning. And how's this for a prison sentence? 438 years. We'll tell you who got that and why. Coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I will tell you this, Joan.
Yeah.
He absolutely deserved it.
He did?
Oh, yeah.
And he's not smoking pot. I can tell you that.
No. But when Joan tells you this story.
Horrific story.
You'll.
Yeah.
I mean, I wanted to put down like the dog that he is, but whatever. All right, 625, Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here for my friends at the Covered Patio. Warmer weather means you want to spend more time outside. Now, if you want to add more living space to your home, think about building or upgrading your patio. Now, at the Covered Patio, they've got motorized screens so that you can easily keep the patio open when you want some sun and closed when you want some shade and some privacy. So your back screened-in porch becomes so much more enjoyable thanks to my friends at the Covered Patio. They've got a ton of outdoor living options with motorized screens, patio covers, custom wooden decks, and outdoor structures. They've got a ton of options and styles for every single budget at the Covered Patio. They're dedicated to fair prices and customized solutions for your specific home and your specific space. Enjoy your home a lot more with an incredible patio upgrade from the Covered Patio. Reach out to these folks, the Covered Patio, 615-695-2407, 615-695-2407. Online, thecoveredpatio.com. That's thecoveredpatio.com. .626 on Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here. You know how many ways we can lose power, right? I mean, you've got ice, you've got thunderstorms, you've got snow, you've got tornadoes. There's one surefire way to keep that power on. That is a backup generator from the Generator Supercenter. Now, that's right. The Generator Supercenter is the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. Now, they feature turnkey installation, certified electricians and plumbers, maintenance and service after the install, and a whole lot more. The Generator Supercenter. Now, let me tell you how it works. The power goes out in your neighborhood. The power goes out in your home. Your power comes right back on thanks to your backup generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter. So if your family is one of the many families talking about a backup generator for your home, talk to the pros at the Generator Supercenter. Another reason to love the Generator Supercenter, their generators are made right here in the U.S. of A. Now, they'll never leave you in the dark, and financing is available. They are waiting for your call. Tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-879-1952, the Generator Supercenter, 615-879-1952, online anytime, GeneratorSupercenterofNashville.com, GeneratorSupercenterofNashville.com.
Good morning, 6:31 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top story. Central Command saying the U.S. naval blockade of all Iranian ports continues with no ships getting past the blockade and merchant vessels being turned around. Retired U.S. Army Colonel Seth Crumrick tells ABC News that the goal is to choke Iran's oil income to force concessions in a second round of talks.
That are pumping oil in Iran. Think of that as the country's economic heartbeat. So if those wells stop, then the heart stops and their economy dies.
President Trump says talks could kick off within days. High-stakes talks between Israel and Lebanon began yesterday in Washington, but there's a hitch.
Hezbollah, a designated terrorist group, was not at the table at the State Department yesterday. And that group has said they are going to continue to fight against Israel. Israel is insisting they're going to continue protecting their citizens. So we are at somewhat of an impasse unless the Lebanese government agrees to disarm Hezbollah.
ABC's Shannon Kingston, the Israeli ambassador to the U.S., describing yesterday's meeting as a wonderful exchange. The next talks are in a few weeks. Convicted child sex rapist Matthew Ball has been sentenced to 438 years in prison. The Hendersonville man convicted in March after a 10-year-old girl told investigators he had been abusing her since she was 4. Other victims in Tennessee and in Texas came forward, too, reporting abuse over a 13-year period. Matthew Ball will not be eligible for parole or for early release. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here for Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. And right now, you can clean out your HVAC with their Spring Breathe Easy package. Now, look, your HVAC has been sitting and collecting dust and allergens, a whole bunch of junk. And you don't want your family to breathe in all of that. Well, with Busy Bee, their Breathe Easy package is a full system refresh to clear out all of those allergens, all of that dust and the pet dander, too. Now, it's, again, been building up, and you need to clean it out with Busy Bee. Now, here's what you get with their Breathe Easy package. An AC tune-up to make sure that you're ready for the summer heat. They'll check out your ductwork and clean out all of those allergens. Busy Bee is also going to go the extra mile and install a whole home germicidal system to help reduce those airborne contaminants. They'll even throw in a bonus deodorizer treatment. So right now, you can get the whole package for just $11.99 for 1.5 to 3 ton systems. That is a savings of about $600. $15.99 on those bigger 3.5 to 5 ton systems. That's going to save you around $500. Busy Bee, always looking to save you money. Think about your air quality and call my friends at Busy Bee. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-775-7833. 615-775-7833. BusyBeeHVAC.com.
You've got an accident this morning on 65 southbound lanes at Trinity Lane. This is in Talbot's Corner, of course. It involves 3 vehicles. Careful there. Ashland City Highway, the westbound lanes at Briley Parkway, the scene of a crash. And then at Whites Creek, the right shoulder is blocked off at Briley Parkway eastbound, just past Clarksville Pike. There's a car and a pickup truck and a dump truck involved in an accident to the shoulder in that spot. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.637, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I think my favorite, and then I'm going to move on, Joan.
Yeah.
But we're talking about who your favorite stoner is.
Oh, yeah.
And we're talking about Jeff Spicoli from Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody said if they had a 40-year high school reunion, Jeff Spicoli would come back as a Democrat congressman. See,
yes,
that would be
that's very
funny.
good, yes.
Now, what would make it even funnier is if he came back as a, anti-pot, evangelical, right-wing Republican. That would be funnier. Because,
sure.
the coming back as a Democrat congressman, it actually, that makes too much sense. But it would be funnier to make him, somebody way, way far on the right, running on a campaign of like anti-drugs. See, that would be funny. By the way, people also saying that the reason why I don't walk around the city of Nashville and I don't smell pot everywhere I go in Middle Tennessee is because I'm in bed by noon.
Yeah, people don't smoke pot before noon.
People are like...
Clearly.
That's a lie, Joan.
Yeah.
People are
you
like...
know this firsthand?
People are like, if you go through like Madison, you smell pot all the time. And also somebody said, I work in Section 8 housing.
Oh, yeah.
You smell pot all the time.
Yeah.
Apartment complexes by and large. But yeah, so you know what? Maybe when I lived in Colorado and in California, I smelled it so often that I'm like nose blind now.
Oh, you could be, yeah. I hope I never get nose blind for coffee.
No.
I love the smell of coffee.
Absolutely. Do you know where I was yesterday?
Where?
Or the day before? Earlier this week, I was somewhere. Tires. I say this every time I go into a tire store. I love the smell of a tire store.
You do?
Is that weird?
Yes.
I also love the smell of Sharpies.
Okay, Sharpies I can get. Like, I get that.
Okay.
Where do you stand on gasoline?
Nope. Gasoline, a little weird. I don't know why
Popcorn?
anybody would like the smell of gasoline.
Popcorn.
There's xenopheromones in gasoline. That's why people like it.
Amy likes the smell of skunk, especially dead skunk. Really weird.
Yes.
I wonder what else.
Joan, you like the smell of dead skunk?
No, I don't like it.
The only good skunk is a dead skunk, first of all. But
I feel the same way about spiders. Go on.
yeah, it's a weird. I don't know why I even brought that up. Anyway, whatever. So, yeah, I think
I'm a fan of a nice chicken farm.
A chicken farm?
There's something about passing by a chicken farm,
You're such a Tennessee boy.
I reckon so.
Well, what does a chicken farm smell like, Ryan?
Ick.
Is it dead chickens? Or are we
No,
talking
they're
about
very
like
much
rotisserie
alive.
chicken from like Kroger?
No, it's like it's almost like ranch dressing, but it takes a different note,
Okay, good. We're going to move on now. It is fine. I got Joan, why I went down this road, I don't know.
Yeah, me neither.
640 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, by the way, my favorite Senator, John Kennedy.
Yes.
So you heard this audio?
No, I
John
haven't.
Kennedy is on Fox News, and he's talking about the state of the Democrat Party.
Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, Mayor Mamdani, and the people they represent.
Bunch of pot smokers, I bet.
Yep.
How can I put this? Their motherboard is fried. Republicans aren't perfect, but they're crazy. The wing of the party that is in control, that Ocasio-Cortez and Mamdani and Bernie are the leaders of, they hate George Washington and Thomas Jefferson and Abraham Lincoln and Dr. Zeus and Mr. Potato Head. They hyperventilate on their yoga mats if you use the wrong pronoun. They think our kids ought to be able to change genders at recess. They have a unique solution to the crime problem. They have a way to get crime down. It's just don't prosecute anybody.
Yep, that's what the Democrats do.
The American people deserve to be governed by normal people. And these are not normal people. They're deeply weird. They're nauseously woke. They have the right to believe what they believe. But I have the right to my opinion too. And I think their motherboard is fried, deep fried.
Deep fried. And he's right. So now you've heard the latest, right? So now the Democrats are looking at the 25th Amendment, trying to take out Trump via the 25th Amendment. Unbelievable. So the Democrats in Congress are looking to invoke that 25th Amendment on President Trump. They've introduced a bill now that would create a commission to assess whether or not Donald Trump is fit for office. It's got 50 Democrat co-sponsors, and it would establish a 17-member panel authorized under Section 4 of the 25th Amendment. Now, ultimately, what it would have to do is it would have to get the approval of J.D. Vance to, sign off on the whole thing. So this whole thing is performative in nature. According to the bill, the findings of the panel would have the power to temporarily remove Donald Trump only if Vice President J.D. Vance signed off on the legislation, on the instituting of the 25th Amendment. They say the 25th Amendment outlines how, in case you don't know, outlines how presidential power transfers in cases of death, resignation, removal, or inability to serve. In those situations, the vice president is next in line to assume the president's powers and duties. So, the obvious thing to say is, really, after 4 years of Joe Biden watching his brain slowly dissolve in front of our eyes, and they told us that he was sharp as a tack, now they want to call for the 25th Amendment on Donald Trump. It is just, obviously, it's very rich. Section 4, by the way, from Reuters, Section 4 allows the vice president and a majority of the cabinet or another body created by Congress to declare the president unable to perform the job. The vice president then immediately takes over. The president can challenge the move, but if it is reaffirmed within 4 days, Congress decides the outcome, requiring a 2/3 vote in both chambers to keep the vice president in power. You know what they would do? Obviously, this is not going to be successful, that this is performative, and the Democrats are just doing what the Democrats do. But here's the thing about the Democrats is clearly they have no credibility, and all they're trying to do is bring this conversation up as we head into the midterm elections. But, I think that when Senator Kennedy talks about how the Democrats are crazy, yet they're the ones calling Donald Trump crazy, I want you to remember the audio that I played from James Carville yesterday.
I don't know how many times I got to tell you, stupid son of a... Quit smelling your own farts.
So this is the party that is saying that the Republicans are full of nut jobs, yet one of their leading spokespeople, James Carville, is obsessed over farts of Donald Trump and Lindsey Graham.
That's Lindsey Graham's job. Now, you quit doing that. Now, the next time you feel any potential activity in your lower colon, I want you to call Lindsey and be sure that he has the fart ringtone so he knows to get down to the White House quickly to get his nose up your ass, and so you can fart in his face.
That is James Carville. Yet the Democrats will tell you it is the Republicans that are losing our minds. Unbelievable. It is 6:45. And again, I don't see any. And I see these screeds on the super text line where you have people. Yesterday when I brought this up yesterday, you had people saying and complaining about Donald Trump, the 25th Amendment. Even one guy that said Donald Trump is clearly he's changed from when the election happened, a couple of years ago to what he is right now. And the guy brought up the point, the example of Trump and the AI image of Trump as Jesus and Trump posting it on Truth Social and how everybody freaked out about that. And as I said earlier in the broadcast, that tracks with what Donald Trump does. That's a Donald Trump thing. And I hate to say it, but there's nothing peculiar about Donald Trump doing that. It's just not. This is what the president does. I love probably 85 to 90% of what Donald Trump does. When he did that, of course, it was something that he realized he made a mistake. And yes, he took it down, which is exactly what he should have done. But this is something that when Trump does something like this, it's really not a surprise. And I don't believe that this is a sign of any mental impairment from the president. Clearly not. I think that is wishful thinking on the part of the Democrats. All right, it is 6:47. Time to check the roads on WTN. .648, Super Talk 99.7. As far as your weather goes, breezy, less humid, and a high of 86, and some off and on clouds as well. Joan, have you seen the video of the humanoid robot chasing a pack of wild boars?
No.
This is fascinating.
Wow.
So there is, and I'm showing it on Super Talk TV, but what I will do is I will, I've posted it to my social media. But this is in Poland. Now, first of all, in Poland, they have a wild boar problem. Did you know that they have a wild boar problem in Poland?
No.
They have a wild boar problem. No, I'm not talking about like boars as in, like talk show hosts or politicians. These are actual like the boars, four-legged running around. And so Poland, and I don't know, would you classify boar? Is that like a big pig?
Yes.
Yeah, okay,
With
like a
those
big pig.
tusks.
So
It's a feral hog.
Apparently, Poland has like a pig problem, a wild boar problem. So now they've got this, and I've got it on Super Talk TV. They've got this humanoid in Poland chasing a pack of wild boars, and I mean can't catch up with the wild boars, and but I think part of what they're probably trying to do is they're probably trying to get some publicity for this humanoid robot and talking about how great this thing is, which is actually pretty cool. It can't catch up with the boars, so it kind of throws its hands up in the air. Really interesting, though.
We should send them some of our best Arkansas and Texas people.
Can I just ask this question? Like, why do they have a wild boar problem in Poland? Like, can't they just shoot them?
I mean, they breed like rabbits and mice, but they're larger animals, and they're very devastating to the landscape and to the forestry and agriculture.
Well, they've got a wild boar problem in Texas,
in Georgia.
I think
in Georgia
Florida,
too.
Yeah.
Where, Joan?
Florida.
You get paid
my brother
in Georgia per kill.
My brother lives in northern Florida, and boars are a problem. In the big expanses, not in the parts of Florida where it's very urban or suburban, but in these rural parts. Yeah.
It's a red meat, actually.
Do people eat boars?
Yeah, it's pretty tasty.
Really?
Yeah, I've had some.
Well, you know what? If we eat pigs, bacon, pork chops.
Well, but it's whiter. It's not as white as that. It's much more red given their diet.
I'd be willing to bet that boars taste gamey.
Definitely gamey. It's like a fattier venison almost. Definitely gamey. But definitely fun to kill. I mean, the helicopter rides, those things are fun.
So here's what they say about the humanoid that runs around on two legs chasing boars. They say that humanoid robots are certainly providing us with plenty of entertainment, from flashy martial arts demonstrations to taking on humans in tennis. In this latest stunt, a customized Unitree G1 robot can be seen chasing a small flock of wild boars through an empty car parking lot in Warsaw, Poland. The widely disseminated footage shows the robot, dubbed Edward Warchoki, for some reason, jogging across a small patch of grass, chasing down the wild animals, only to raise his fist in the air in frustration after they successfully get away. And I don't know, this has to be sort of like a marketing effort for these humanoids. Did you ever want a humanoid robot, Joan? Like
Absolutely not. They scare the daylights out of me.
Do like like vacuuming and dishes and that kind of thing?
No.
Let's be real. This is the T100. This is where it starts.
This is what?
The T100.
What's the T100?
Like one of the early prototype Terminators.
Oh.
Okay. All right.
Arnold was the T800.
Okay, thank you.
We're doomed, is what he's saying.
Well, you know, it couldn't even take care of some boars, so I think we're okay for now. I don't know. We got a robot vacuum. Little thing rolls around.
You have one of those?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we call it Joe Biden. We call it Biden because it kind of, you ever have one of those robot vacuums? It just kind of, bumps into things as it's trying to vacuum. It bumps into the furniture and all that. That's why I call it.
Do you want to hear a horror story about them?
Sure.
My daughter has one, and she has 2 dogs, and one of the dogs got scared of the robot approaching her, so she pooped, and the robot ran over the poop, carried it all through the house. Yeah.
Okay.
Nightmare.
I've got a similar story.
Okay.
Bandit, we had a storm. Bandit peed all over the floor, as he does. We didn't see it. And we've got the vacuum going. It just rolls right through the pee.
Yeah.
Same thing, Joan,
Yeah.
tracking all over the floor.
They had to throw it away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is our second. Anyway, 6:53, time to find out what is happening in the news. Coming up at 7 o'clock. Joan.
Yeah, the Trump administration is about to make some changes to the banking system, and it's related to immigration. I'll explain coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, Joan.
Mm-hmm.
Sam, has Brian checked in? It is Wednesdays with Wilson.
Yeah, it is.
But I typically get a text message from Brian. Is he there? Yes or no? I usually get a text on what Brian wants to talk about. And I don't know if has he forgotten about me?
No, maybe he slept in. Like, do you blame him? He's retired.
Man makes a commitment every
Yeah.
Wednesday, 7 o'clock, Wednesdays with Wilson. It's even sponsored by the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Should I call him?
On the air.
Call him on the air?
At your own peril.
No, I don't think I'm going to do that. I will, though, send a text, and I got plenty of stuff. So if Brian slept in, it's all good, fine, and well, and whatever. All right, it is 6:54. Joan, have we done your news tease? I don't even know. We did the news tease?
Mm-hmm.
All right, we got a lot more straight ahead. Maybe Brian, maybe not. Brentwood Jewelry, though. And listen, it is April. Lots of weddings are being planned right now. And I can tell you the best place for engagement rings is Brentwood Jewelry, wedding rings as well. Now, you've got to check out their vast selection of wedding bands and semi-mount engagement rings and loose diamonds as well. They've got rings for every budget and style for both men and women. Matter of fact, they've got rings, they've got bracelets, they've got necklaces, they've got amazing watches as well. Brentwood Jewelry is the official jewelry store of the Mandis house. I bought Amy a couple of amazing pairs of earrings, and she bought me my favorite watch. But, this is a great store. And again, they've got great styles for every budget. Find them online, BrentwoodJewelry.com. Check them out, 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. BrentwoodJewelry.com. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. BrentwoodJewelry.com. 6:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, Joan, I got some breaking news.
What is it?
Brian Wilson woke up.
Yeah.
So apparently, because he has sent me what he would like to discuss this morning, we're going to talk about the blockade. We are going to talk about oil and gasoline prices going to start to slowly come down, and a bunch of other things as well. So, and actually, one of the have you heard about this, Joan? Democrats have now introduced the Stop Nick Shirley Act
in California. Yes,
I
have.
Are you flipping kidding me?
Yep.
Oh. You know,
and it's amazing. They're doing this in the name of stopping anyone from finding out about fraud. Honestly.
Can I just ask this question? When is that big earthquake finally going to happen and drop California into the Pacific Ocean? I don't want anybody to get hurt, but that is just ridiculous. So we'll have more on that with Brian Wilson coming up next on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's now 7 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. There is new hope for a peace deal with Iran. President Trump saying that the war is, quote, close to over.
The big issue remains Iran's nuclear program. During the first round of peace talks, the U.S. demanded Iran stop its uranium enrichment for 20 years. Iran pushed back, offering 5 years. Despite that gap, both President Trump and Vice President Vance are sounding optimistic about a deal.
That's ABC's Christiane Cordero. The Trump administration says it's soon going to require banks to collect citizenship information. According to The Hill, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says real IDs would not be sufficient. Passports would be required. GOP lawmakers have urged Treasury to review the current rules that allow illegal aliens to obtain financial services and access to the U.S. banking system. President Trump continues calling out Pope Leo, and now the vice president is weighing in.
The Pope has been outspoken against the war in Iran, calling Trump's threat to destroy a whole civilization truly unacceptable. Vice President J.D. Vance, the nation's highest-ranking Catholic politician, now telling the Pope he should be more careful when talking about theology. Speaking to young conservatives in Georgia Tuesday, Vance
How can you say that God is never on the side of those who wield the sword? Was God on the side of the Americans who liberated France from the Nazis? Was God on the side of the Americans who liberated Holocaust camps and liberated those innocent people from, those who had survived the Holocaust?
And the ABC's Mary Bruce reporting there. A marijuana bill is headed to Governor Lee for his signature.
Despite shifting federal policy, medical marijuana remains off the table in Tennessee. Republican lawmakers approved legislation stopping state agencies from acting on any federal reclassification of cannabis, which President Trump has done through an executive order. Opponents of the bill say the move continues years of inaction, even with strong public support for medical use. Ken Weaver, WTN News.
And a Florida surgeon indicted after removing a man's liver instead of his spleen. Dr. Thomas Shaknovsky is facing manslaughter charges. That patient died on the operating table. It happened in 2024. Prosecutors say it wasn't the first time for this doctor either. In 2023, he removed a portion of a patient's pancreas instead of the adrenal gland, telling the man's family that the adrenal gland had migrated to a different part of the body. Doctor is facing 15 years in prison. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. And stock futures mixed at the moment. And on the flat side, too, the Dow futures are down just 9 points. The NASDAQ futures are up 3, and the S&P futures are plus 2.5. That is the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Talbot's Corner, they're still working that crash on 65 South at Trinity Lane. The right lane is blocked off by it. Whites Creek on Bradley Parkway eastbound, just past Clarksville Pike, you'll find a crash on the right shoulder. And in Midtown, Church Street at 19th Avenue North, watch for a crash there. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.705 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Headline from CNN. U.S. military, the blockade has completely halted Iran's sea trade, and that is going to cost them millions and billions of dollars. And Brian Wilson joins us here on Super Talk 99.7 for Wednesdays with Wilson. And Brian, I sounds like you and I agree that the blockade to block the blockade has actually been a really smart idea by President Trump.
Isn't it interesting? So they go to negotiations with the Iranians, and it becomes very clear that the Iranians have figured out that their real power in the world is controlling the Strait of Hormuz, not necessarily having nuclear weapons. So they go in and say, well, we want to continue to control the Strait of Hormuz in these negotiations. And Trump then says, okay, no, we're out. Sorry. And everybody walks away. And then Trump takes away that one thing from them by setting up a blockade. Iran is losing $400 million a day and maybe as much as $13 billion a month in revenue. So this really hits them hard. And the brilliance behind the whole thing, again, this is Trump playing chess while everybody else is playing checkers. It just crushes the economy of China. I mean, it hurts them bad.
From a geopolitical standpoint, Trump has taken out Iran and China.
Where's the loss here? I don't see it. I mean, it's just a win-win-win at all. I mean, it's all in our national security interest. A weakened Iran is in our national security interest. A weakened China is in our national security interest. And the Chinese are hacked off, apparently. So, I would say everybody else is got really upset. Blockading, it was brilliant.
Oh, yeah.
And, it won't last very long. They can't afford for it to last very long.
That's the thing. So now Trump is talking about, there could be some negotiations happening within a couple of days. And I think it's clear that the Iranians are going to have quite the different attitude when they go into the negotiations here in the next couple of days. Do you think, though, Brian, people are pointing out, of course, and it is true, that this is causing the cost of gasoline. Ultimately, it will continue to rise. But the point is that President Trump is throwing down the hammer so that this will end quickly, as opposed to, letting Iran just sort of elongate this thing for, days and weeks and months. Trump is going in and he's saying, nope, this is what we're going to do to shorten the conflict. And I think it's smart because now Iran, they're just going to have to go in and have to come in and cut a deal. So do you think their attitude is going to be really different coming into the negotiations in the next couple of days?
Well, they seem to have the ability to grab defeat from the jaws of victory, the Iranians do. So, I mean, I don't know if they're going to be smart enough to understand their position in the real world. If they can't figure that out, then I don't know what to tell you. The thing about it is that the leadership is probably truly in chaos after having, 5 levels of leadership decimated in one moment. No, not decimated, obliterated in one moment. And so, I think probably if they're smart, they'll come to the table, they'll cut a deal, and we'll move on. And it's entirely possible. We don't have any hatred for the Iranian people. We just had a hatred over the idea that they wanted to have nuclear weapons. And once you take that away from them, I think we are poised to be able to have a good relationship with Iran. And we certainly could help that country, which is, in so much financial straits right now. But it'll be interesting to see whether they're smart enough to understand that or not. I just have real concerns about, the bluster not going away anytime soon.
No, and of course the big question is, all right, so we have this situation going on with Iran, oil prices, gasoline prices are up, and
well, they're coming down slightly, a little bit this morning.
Yeah.
I mean, oil is at I forgot, I have $92 a barrel, West Texas Intermediate crude. That's well below its high, which was well over 100. Brent is at 88. So, I mean, the markets seem to be slowly stabilizing. Yeah. Of course, that's still a lot higher than we would like it to be.
Well, it is, but this is to be expected. And so at some point, it's going to come down, obviously. The big question is, we've got all of that oil infrastructure in the Middle East that has been damaged, not only in Iran, but in some of these other Gulf states as well. So the question is, okay, so how high will gasoline prices continue to be heading into the midterm elections? Because from a political standpoint, that's a big issue.
I remember this thing. I remember Stormin Norman Schwarzkopf, the general, the very famous general, doing a chalk talk one time, and I was covering it. And he talked about how things that are linear, you can take them out, but they're not going to stay taken out very long. You're talking about a bridge. Well, they can rebuild a bridge. A road. Yeah, they can rebuild a road. Runways. Yeah, they can rebuild runways. Train tracks. Yeah, they can rebuild. And same is true with pipelines. Now, you hit a refining facility, and that's a bit different. That takes a while. But repairing a pipeline can be done in relative short order. So if those are the issues, then they should be able to recover fairly quickly. And we'll see how it all plays out. But I will tell you this, the price that we're paying for gas right now, yeah, it's painful, and I get it. But the end result here may be a safer world. And Scott Bessent had the best quote of all, and something I've been saying for a while. How expensive do you think a nuclear strike on London would be?
Right.
That's the real question here. It's not, well, is this going to cost us something? Yes. What would the cost be if Iran got a nuclear weapon? That's the real question.
Eric Swalwell, speaking of train wrecks. All right, so
oh my gosh,
we are now up to 5 alleged victims of Eric Swalwell. You've got all these women saying that, alleging, flat out saying that he date raped, drugged them, raped them, all these horrible things. I mean, it goes well beyond, simple sexual harassment. I mean, this is now escalated to rape. And so, I mean, obviously he's no longer running for California governor. He's decided that he's resigned from Congress. But I think that following the story now, it's who in the Democrat Party actually knew that this was going on, because a lot of people, it seems to me, did know.
Yeah, look, it seemed to be an open secret in Washington, is what I'm being told now among Democrats. They knew. And the thing that is so repulsive about this whole thing is that the Democrats only care about these kinds of allegations when it's politically expedient for them to care about them. And right now, it's politically expedient to do something about the California governor's race. I mean, if he had become the nominee and this stuff had come out, then we would have a Republican governor. And they came to realize not only that they were going to lose the governorship if they weren't careful. And that's what this is really all about. So it's political expediency, and it's really ugly. And, the Democrats apparently said, yeah, he's a creep, but he's our creep, until we no longer want him. And they decided they no longer want him.
Well, yeah, and in California, they've got that jungle primary going on as well, and so there were worries that they would end up with a Republican governor. So moving on from there, because I think Swalwell, I think now we just need to figure out who knew what when, and what kind of consequences will those people face as they stood by while Eric Swalwell continued to victimize women.
And not only that, while he was victimizing women, he was accusing Brett Kavanaugh of the same thing.
Brett Kavanaugh, Donald Trump, he was screaming about the Epstein files. So, yeah, what makes this story so particularly, number one, egregious, but number two, just from a talk show standpoint, as a guy who has covered Eric Swalwell, and you certainly as well, both of us for years covering this guy, is that he's such a jerk. And he's said such horrible things about Republicans and Donald Trump that it's great to see somebody, you hate to hear about the victims and the allegations, but, for somebody like Eric Swalwell, it's just like, well, you know what? I hope that he gets everything that he deserves because he has been a righteous jerk over the years. And so we'll continue to cover the whole Eric Swalwell saga. Now, coming up, I was surprised to see this, Brian, the Stop Nick Shirley Act in California. We've got that part of the story coming up. It is 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Breezy today, less humid, a high of 86 with some on and off clouds. All right, so Brian, the Stop Nick Shirley Act, a proposed bill in California that aims to criminalize investigative journalism by protecting immigrant service providers from online harassment. So don't we have a right to a free press in this country? Like, isn't this unconstitutional?
And I really love, citizen journalism. I really do. I think it's great when your media is as corrupt as it has become over the years. Why not empower citizens to go out there and do their own investigations? Why should that have any different standard than traditional news organizations going out? I think that citizen journalists are protected by the First Amendment, and this bill. I'm reading a quote here, would empower organizations providing services to migrants to demand the removal of video evidence of misconduct, supposedly to protect them from threats of violence. The law also threatens journalists with large financial penalties, dissuading them from reporting on public interest stories. It would, according to the assemblyman who's putting it forward, prevent criticism of any organization nominally tasked with providing aid and support to migrants, hindering investigative reporting into potential wrongdoing. In other words, they care more about protecting the fraud, the waste, and abuse than ferreting it out, which ought to be their real goal here. And if they get a little help from a citizen journalist like Nick Shirley, pointing out the fraud, waste, and abuse that everybody else seems to be willing to ignore, then we're going to come down on those citizen journalists like a ton of bricks. This would never hold up to constitutional scrutiny, I don't think, but it just tells you exactly where the Democrats are. We care more about protecting the fraud and the waste and the abuse than we do in actually making sure that your tax dollars are well spent.
Well, and here we are, Brian, you and I talking about this on tax day.
Yeah. That's right. Today is tax day.
How
could I ever forget? That's right.
Yeah. And so I was talking earlier about, on today of all days, and it's also payday. So you look at your paycheck and you realize how much money you pay in taxes, and then you realize how much fraud there is in places like Minnesota with the Somalians and in California with all of the Medicare fraud and, all of that fraud. And Nick Shirley is a guy who is out there shining a spotlight on it.
Right.
And that's why they want to.
When nobody else will. That's right.
Yeah, the media won't do it. And now California is trying to institute laws, implement laws.
I tell you what the real reason that media news organizations are no longer doing much investigative reporting. I mean, they basically go out and they cover press conferences. That's all the news media do.
They're reading press releases.
Yeah, and they don't go out and do investigative reporting to a large degree because they don't want lawyers involved. I mean, when you get sued by somebody, even if it's a nuisance suit and has no merit, you're going to put up a lot of money to defend that lawsuit. And the environment we're in right now in the media, media companies are not as rich as they once were, and they really some of them are really struggling because their audiences have dwindled, their advertising revenue has dwindled, and so they really don't want. The last thing they want is a lawsuit, and so they will just kill off any real hard-hitting investigative journalists for fear of being sued. And so, I really think that when you have citizen journalists who are willing to say, hell with it, I'm going to go out there and do this, they ought to have that First Amendment protection that other journalists have.
Absolutely. All right, Brian, we've got like 1 minute left. Anything else you got that you want to talk about?
Yeah, quickly, the story about Biden wanting Gretchen Whitmer instead of Kamala Harris is pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Apparently, he really wanted the big Gretch. I'm not sure she would have been much better. But apparently, because of the Black Lives Matter protests that were going on at the time, he felt really pressured to pick Kamala Harris as his running mate. And I think in a perfect world, he probably regrets that. I also saw the other day where Kamala says she's thinking about running. She's running. And I say, give me more of that. Give me all the Kamala Harris that you want to give me, because she ain't much of a threat.
How do you think Gretchen Whitmer would do if she decided to run for president as well? Like, I think Whitmer, I think that I'm no big fan of Gretchen Whitmer, but when you look at Kamala Harris, the cackle, the loopy laugh, and when she just goes off into Kamala land when she's talking, I think Whitmer is actually a bigger threat to Republicans than a Kamala Harris would be. How do you think they would go head to head in a primary?
Well, I don't think she's that great a retail politician, and I know from I have family from Minnesota. And they don't care for her at all. And I don't know, that's not surprising. Of course, and you go anywhere, you find somebody who doesn't like a certain politician. But, I'm telling you, I don't think she's all that in a bag of chips. And, she would be probably slightly better than Kamala Harris, but not much, in my estimation.
She's certainly going to be very much obviously on the left and, very progressive. I think that she would be somebody who is a better speaker than Kamala Harris. And I think
there's no doubt about that.
Kamala brings so much baggage, doesn't she? So,
I mean, she's just such an awkward individual. And again, remember, in presidential elections, you and I care about policy, and there are Democrats who care about policy. But there is this huge percentage of America who makes a decision about that based on, how they feel about the individual. Is it somebody I would sit down and I would like? Do I find them likable is the real question. And Kamala Harris is just inherently unlikable. It's just very hard to like her. And it has nothing to do with race. It just has to come with, she's just sort of an odd duck.
All right,
I think Gretchen maybe is sort of like that.
All right, I have to get this in. Speaking of odd ducks, Gavin Newsom's wife. You and I have not spoken about Jennifer Siebel Newsom yet.
Right.
Do me a favor. Go and find her online. She says some of the most bizarre things. And so I definitely, let's try to remember this time next week to talk about whether or not she is a political liability, the wife of Gavin Newsom. And with that, Brian, appreciate it. Brought to you by the Wellness Institute of Nashville.
All right.
We'll talk to you next week at the same time or if news breaks. And all right, very good. It is 7:24. Joan was coming up in the news.
All right, Dan, we'll take a look at what's happening at the Strait of Hormuz at this hour. Also, the indictment that has been unsealed for a Hendersonville musician. And boy, is it disturbing. We've got that story coming up at 7:32 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 7:23. Dan Mandis here, the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Now, of course, they sponsor Wednesdays with Wilson, and they helped me with my chronic back and neck pain. They can help you as well. Now, whether you've got that back or neck pain, maybe you've got sciatica, slipped or bulging spinal discs, herniated discs, spinal stenosis, numbness or weakness in the arms and legs, fingers or toes, well, that can all be a thing of the past thanks to the Wellness Institute of Nashville. They've got a great special going on right now, 47% of non-surgical spinal decompression. That's right, 47% off. And this is, I got to tell you, as far as helping you feel better fast, non-surgical spinal decompression is the way to go. Call them 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009. They've got a lot of other great technology, though, as well at the Wellness Institute of Nashville, whether we're talking about robotic lasers, anti-gravity machines, cryo machines, stem cell stimulation machines, all at the Wellness Institute of Nashville. And don't forget, right now, 47% off non-surgical spinal decompression. 615-246-5009. Painisbad.com is the website, painisbad.com. $725 Contours. Listen, summer is months away. It's getting hotter. The work to get that beach bod back begins right now. My friends at Contours, they can help you get it back with FDA cleared and effective red light technology. Now, Contours is going to help you target those areas that you hate. It's body sculpting. So whether it's your belly, your arms, or your legs, whatever problem area you have, well, they can help you solve those problems. No pain, no surgery, no downtime, just results. And I got to tell you, I usually fall asleep during my treatments. I've been going for quite some time. Matt Murphy has been going as well. Real men and women from Franklin and across Middle Tennessee have been checking out Contours and seeing real results. Now, your beach trip isn't that far away. Neither is Contours. Let Contours help you get rid of those trouble spots. And right now, the first 10 callers get a special introductory price of just $99. That's right, $99 when you call the phone number right now, 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960. First 10 callers get that special introductory price of just $99. And remember, you lose 2 inches across the middle or it is free. Find them online. Find out more about red light technology, ContoursLLC.com, ContoursLLC.com. Contours, where all you've got to lose is inches.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. U.S. Central Command is saying that the warship USS Tripoli is part of the U.S. blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, the Wall Street Journal reporting that Marines have been training on board that ship to hone their skills for missions such as maritime interception operations.
President Trump is suggesting a new round of peace talks with Iran could take place in the next couple of days. They're expected to be led once again by Vice President Vance. U.S. Central Command announced overnight that the U.S. blockade in the Strait of Hormuz has been fully implemented, cutting off trade in and out of Iran, giving the U.S. more leverage in any peace talks going forward.
It's ABC's Christiane Cordero. New disturbing details about a Hendersonville musician charged with child sex crimes. The indictment lays out nearly 160 counts against Phil Vaught, including statutory rape, sexual battery, and sexual exploitation of a child.
According to that indictment, the crimes allegedly happened between 2015 and 2017. Kim German with the Sexual Assault Center in Nashville says delayed reporting is not uncommon, especially for young victims.
They don't know that anybody will believe them. The shame around like feeling shame or embarrassment about what happened, that fear of shame and blame will keep them from talking.
Vaught's bond was set at $1.5 million.
Channel 4's Danielle Ledbetter. Their officials believe there may be more victims out there, too, and they're asking anyone with information to call Hendersonville police. The double-arched bridge on Natchez Trace Parkway is closed beginning today, and it will be closed for the next year or so as crews add a permanent pedestrian barrier to the walkway. Officials say that since the 1990s, more than 40 people have lost their lives to suicide on that bridge. There's a 7-mile detour in place. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Talbot's Corner, it's that same crash this morning on 65 South at Trinity Lane. They're still working on it. Hermitage, 40 West before Stewart's Ferry Pike. There's a crash. In Smyrna, there's a crash at Nissan Drive and Sam Ridley Parkway. Also this morning, Briley Parkway eastbound in Whites Creek. Watch for a dump truck and a pickup truck involved in a crash on the shoulder just past Clarksville Pike. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Seven 36, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, yes. We have some audio. I've got some audio and video, gentlemen, from Donald Trump and his appearance on Fox News. And I have not heard this audio as of yet, but they are on the interwebs. And so I'm just going to go ahead and play some of this and have a little fun with audio, if you will. So one of the things that the president, he had an interview with Maria Bartiromo a little bit earlier today.
Yep.
And he put this on True Social first. He says, China is very happy that I am permanently opening the Strait of Hormuz. I am doing it for them also and the world. This situation will never happen again. They have agreed not to send weapons to Iran. President Xi, this is so Trump. President Xi will give me a big fat hug when I get there in a few weeks. We are working together smartly and very well. Doesn't that beat fighting? But remember, he says, we are very good at fighting if we have to. Far better than anyone else. President DJT. So this is what he told Maria Bartiromo earlier today.
I had to divert because if I didn't do that, right now you would have Iran with a nuclear weapon. And if they had a nuclear weapon, you would be calling everybody over there, sir, and you don't want to do that.
Well, you keep saying was. Is this war over?
I think it's close to over, yeah. I mean, I view it as very close to over. You know what? If I pulled up stakes right now, it would take them 20 years to rebuild that country. And we're not finished. We'll see what happens. I think they want to make a deal very badly.
Well, I think that they do want to make a deal very badly. Also, you know, I think Trump's being a little facetious on the whole China thing, but he's actually right. I mean, what we need to do with the Strait of Hormuz is ensure that Iran cannot politicize the Strait of Hormuz, and they can't abscond with the world's oil, which is effectively what they were doing before Donald Trump took it over. Now, CNN is talking about how President Trump, and I haven't seen the audio yet, maybe you have, Joan, but where he says that the economy is going to take a hit, you know, heading into the midterm elections. He knows that. But for the president, I suppose it is a calculated risk. He sees an opportunity to do this, and he needs to do it. He understands that Iran wants a nuclear weapon. There's actually a story out there today. I haven't had a chance to even cover it yet. But there's a story where Iran is now trying to, I guess, dig up some missile launchers. Have you seen that, Joan? In the middle of the desert, they've got some missile launchers, and they're trying to grab those missile launchers and dig them up. And so that is part of, even CNN is reporting on that. So for the president, I thought that it was a really good, and the sound bites are coming in fast and furious.
Yeah,
and so I'm just kind of playing them as they come in. The great thing about it is I know that there's not going to be any cursing, although these days you never know because I've been burned by that. This is the president talking about his disappointment with NATO.
NATO was not there for us. And what it means, if they're not there for us here, they're not going to be there for us. So why are we spending hundreds of billions of dollars a year on NATO if they're not going to be with us? If they're not going to be with us on Iran, they're not going to be with us on a much bigger subject than Iran.
I mean, I agree with the president on that. And I do, though, understand when NATO will come out and they'll say, well, yeah, but he started this war and this isn't a war, if you will, that impacts the European countries. But it actually does, especially when you look at Iran taking over and blocking the Strait of Hormuz, because that's where Europe gets a lot of their oil. So I understand exactly what Donald Trump is saying. And here's the other part of that, is that when the United States, we're the ones that are effectively footing a massive part of the bill related to NATO. And so when we need help, when we're asking for help, well, then you know what? They ought to say, okay, you know, we say jump, they say how high. We ask for help, they say how much help do you need? That's what should happen with NATO. Let's see here. The president also, he says now that the conflict in Iran is going to end very quickly, which, you know, here's the deal. And I'm just going to say I'm a little cynical on that, just because the president has been saying this so many different times. But everyone is reporting that we could have even more meetings in the next couple of days. And that is because Iran, and we're talking about this with Brian, we've been mentioning this all morning long, because Iran, they're now dealing with a blockade of their blockade, which means that they can use the Strait of Hormuz, and they are losing a ton of money. This is Donald Trump earlier today.
This whole thing is really about no nuclear. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. And if they're going to have a nuclear weapon, we'll be living with them for a little while, but I don't know how much longer they can survive. I don't know how much longer they can go.
Yeah, and I would agree, you know. And I understand that there's people all over. I'm watching him on social media, and I'm watching them, of course, on the super text line and on CNN, that, you know, the global oil prices are going to continue to go up because of this blockade. But I think that the president throws down the hammer and he says, all right, so they won't negotiate with us. All right, well, then you know what we're going to do? We're going to block their blockade. And it makes perfect sense. And I love the fact that he had a plan already in place so that when Iran walked away from these negotiations, and everybody knew that they would, then the president gave them the opportunity to stop this. They chose not to stop it. And then he had a plan in place. And, you know, as Brian said, and I don't always like to use this term, Joan, because I think that it is overused. Mm-hmm. But I do believe that this is an instance where, you know, Trump was playing chess while everybody else was playing checkers. I do believe that does apply to this situation with blocking the blockade that Iran had on the Strait of Hormuz. And I thought that this, I don't know if you've seen a lot of these sound bites, Joan, but I think that the president did have a pretty good interview with Maria Bartiromo. This is the headline from Daily Mail. Trump gives Iran a new two-day ultimatum as ceasefire holds steady amid blockade, and he surges more U.S. troops to the Middle East. Donald Trump imposed a 48-hour deadline to bring the war with Iran to a head as the Pentagon moves to surge thousands of troops into the Middle East. He says that he's not thinking about extending the ceasefire because he does not believe it will he does not believe that it'll be necessary, according to journalist Jonathan Karl. Here's the quote from Jonathan Karl. I think you're going to be watching an amazing 2 days ahead, Trump said. It could end either way, but I think a deal is preferable because then they can rebuild. They really do have a different regime now, no matter what. We took out the radicals. They're gone, no longer with us. He says, if I weren't the president, the world would be torn to pieces. So this goes right back to what I've been saying all along, which is the president needs a way to claim victory. If he can claim victory, and I think that he could claim victory right now. And it goes back to what I've been talking about. How do you define victory in Iran? The president today literally could declare victory if he wanted to. Now, I don't believe that it would, necessarily be a legitimate claim. I think it's too early to talk about mission accomplished, but we have destroyed their military. We blew up a lot of things. We blew up a ton of things, and that's good. We took out a lot of their infrastructure. We took out a lot of their nuclear infrastructure. We took out a lot of their military infrastructure as well. We are good at blowing up big things. They're not coming after us. Joan, have you heard anything about their speedboats coming after our ships in the Strait of Hormuz?
Nope.
Okay. So here's what I wonder. Do those things really exist? You ever wonder, like, okay, so their speedboats apparently have been legendary, but either one of two things is going on. Either they don't want their speedboats to get blowed up, or they're non-existent. Yeah. And people have been saying about Iran for a long time, Iran is a paper tiger. In essence, they don't have what they have long said that they have. Now, you could say, okay, well, then do they really have all of this enriched uranium at 60%, where 90% is effective for a nuclear bomb? Iran said that they had enough material for 11 nuclear bombs, so we're just taking them at their word. But anyway, the bottom line is, with the president saying, we've destroyed a lot of their military, and they really do, and I think this is important. When the president said that this could end either way, but I think a deal is preferable because they can rebuild, they really do have a different regime now. No matter what, we took out the radicals. They're gone, no longer with us. So that is the president, at least to me, setting the table for claiming victory in the war with Iran, because their military is effectively gone. A lot of that nuclear apparatus, the missiles, all of that is gone as well. And their regime, the previous regime, full of the radicals, as Donald Trump says, they're gone as well now, he says. But here's the thing, the military is still there. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard, they are still there. And so as long as they are there, then they're the ones that are running the country. So it's not quite mission accomplished. The president has enough to claim mission accomplished, but we are not quite there yet. We'll have to see where it goes. And by the way, I would say that any deal that hands the Strait of Hormuz back to Iran is not a good deal. We have to be the ones ultimately that, and maybe NATO is involved as well, but we have to be the ones that control the Strait of Hormuz. We can't give it back to Iran because, simply put, they cannot be trusted. Running late, 7:48. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, breezy, less humid, and a high of 86 with some on and off clouds today as well. They say, just going back to this article from the Daily Mail, the president's claim comes as the Pentagon prepares to send thousands of new troops to the Middle East. According to the Washington Post, approximately 6,000 troops aboard the USS George H.W. Bush and several other warships are expected to arrive near the end of the month. Trump's new military surge will also include 4,200 Marines with the Boxer Amphibious Ready Group. So here's what Trump is now doing. This is what's going to happen next. We're going to have a couple of days. We're going to have some negotiations. J.D. Vance is going to be the guy, still in charge of those negotiations. And if those negotiations fail, then Donald Trump has another trick up his sleeve, whatever it might be. But you heard what happened, right, with the previous negotiations? It is exactly what I've been saying, which is, how do we know that we're talking to the right people? Because in the previous negotiations, the reason why it broke down and the reason why we said, shine this, we're going to go home. Pakistan's great and all, but we're going to head back to the United States, is because there were disagreements and big disagreements within the Iranian contingency. where you had, one guy that was, seemed reasonable. Then you had other guys within the same group not as reasonable. And it turned into a big cluster. And so we just said, you guys have to get your crap together. And once you get your crap together, maybe we can come up with some sort of an agreement. But in the meantime, we're going to take over the Strait of Hormuz, and you will not be able to use it, and you will lose $435 million every single day. And all of a sudden, I'd be willing to bet that Iran suddenly has, I would say, a new attitude heading into these negotiations. It is 7:51. Joan's got the news coming up at 8. Joan.
Yeah, you can hear it here first. President Trump is poised, he says, to fire Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell. We've got that for you coming up here. It's 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here for my buddy Dr. Jeff Horn and all of the Vision Pros at Vision for Life. Now, I keep seeing over and over again in Dr. Horn's reviews at Vision for Life, it's his patients saying, I should not have waited. I couldn't agree more. I dreaded this, surgery on my eyes, procedures on my eyes to fix my vision. I dreaded this for a long time. I was nervous. I was scared. I thought that I was going to miss work. And the second that I got out of it and I started to realize just how good my vision had become, that's the first thing I said. I shouldn't have waited. Now, before my lens replacement surgery, I dealt with the constant hassle of glasses and contacts. Reading, driving, working, everything simply felt harder than it needed to be. Now, I can see clearly at every distance, and it's honestly changed my day-to-day life. And that's what a lot of people are saying. Check out Dr. Jeff Horn and the Vision Pros at Vision for Life. The procedure is quick, recovery is fast, and the results are life-changing. 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020. Find them online anytime, visionforlife.com. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Dan Mandis here, looking for TRT that is flexible enough for your lifestyle. Head on over to Low T Center, the #1 name in TRT. You can choose testosterone shots, pills, or enclomiphene that boosting testosterone without affecting fertility. Now, you can get your treatment in the clinic or have your testosterone shipped right to your door. You can even choose self-pay or insurance coverage for the payment option that works best for you. Low T Center is looking out for you, and right now at the Low T Center, they're offering new treatment options, including PT-141, an FDA-approved libido-boosting peptide, new antioxidants, GLP-1 pills, and a whole lot more. So you can boost energy, you can lose weight, you can increase your confidence with the Low T Center. If you'd like to explore treatments that work with your lifestyle and your budget, book your free T-test right now. The website, fixmylowt.com. That is fixmylowt.com. As always, tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Fixmylowt.com. $7.55, Super Talk 99.7, WTN, 615-737-9986, 615-737, WWTN. Hey, Joan.
Yes.
What should I do in the next between 8:06 and 8:35? I've got one of two stories that I can do.
Okay.
I got an abundance of content today, Joan.
Okay.
Let's see here. We have the high school in Nashville that is acquiescing to the demands of Muslim students.
Oh.
We have that story. We also have the latest on the debate over the battle between Donald Trump and the Pope. So those are the two stories. I don't know. Which one should I do? Like both of them interest me a lot.
Yeah.
So,
I love the story about the high school in Nashville
Overland High School?
because it's so stinking infuriating.
It is infuriating, and it may be unconstitutional. And our friend Michael Patrick Leahy had Tennessee Attorney General Jonathan Skrmetti on with a very good quote about the possibility that maybe, just maybe, the state of Tennessee will look at it. All right, so that, and then I guess, so you want me to do that?
I
right,
do.
Joan? So you want me to do
Yeah.
that? All right.
That's my vote.
Is that your vote? All right, very good. Then I'll try to do that quickly and still get in some of the really good comments from J.D. Vance.
Oh, yeah.
And what J.D. Vance is saying about, the Pope. And basically one of the things that J.D. Vance is saying is, you know what, dude, stick to poping. Just stick to, Pope stuff.
Yeah.
And leave the politics out. Because that's what he's doing. Oh, you know what it is? Joan, this is what happens when I start my prep at midnight, and then there was a thing on The View, not The View, might as well be, Abby Phillips' show.
Yeah.
Where there is a guy on Abby Phillips' show who basically says that it's a conspiracy where you had David Axelrod and the Democrats go to the Pope, and they said to the Pope, hey, Pope, why don't you start bashing Donald Trump and then, get all the Catholics angry with Donald Trump heading into the midterm elections? Now, he lays it out really good, and it's a really interesting. I don't know. It seems like pretty cut and dry to me. I mean, you've got Democrat operatives going to see the Pope, right? And then I think it's like the very next day, where the Pope starts then bagging on Donald Trump and about policy issues. And the Pope has been coming after Donald Trump for all things immigration. Now he's coming after him regarding the war. And it does seem to me like if you look at the timeline and you look at who it is that went to go see the Pope just a day before this whole kerfuffle, and Donald Trump says, I'm simply responding to the Pope who went public. David Axelrod happened to be meeting the Pope. I think it was literally the day before.
Oh.
And then you have these women on CNN, and their look of absolute, incredulousness on their face when this guy is talking about this. And it's like they think that he is just a complete and utter moron, when the reality is, if you look at the history of the Democrats and what they have done to try to take down Donald Trump and how they colluded with the FBI on Russia, you think they're above colluding with the Pope? No. And this Pope has hated Donald Trump for a long time. So I'll see if I can fit in both. Anyway, it is 8 o'clock on WTN.
Good morning. It's 8 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. President Trump says he will not stop the investigation into the $4 billion renovation at the Federal Reserve Building, even though Fed Chair Jerome Powell says he won't leave until that probe is over. The president spoke about that with Maria Bartiromo on Fox Business moments ago.
I think you have to find out.
So you're not going to drop the probe?
Oh, I'm not playing. I have to find out.
And he said he's not leaving if, you know.
Well, then I'll have to fire him, okay? If he's not leaving on time, I've held back firing him. I've wanted to fire him, but I hate to be controversial.
Yeah, he hates to be controversial. Now,
Wait, what did he say?
He said he hates to be controversial.
Oh.
Yeah, but he's going to fire Jerome Powell if he doesn't step away after his term is over.
Well, whatever on Jerome Powell, but
Yeah.
he should be fired. But I mean, with the president saying, "I don't like to be controversial," I mean my ears perked up at that.
I knew
Anyway,
that.
sorry
Yeah.
about that.
All right. So, despite the threats from North Carolina Senator Tom Tillis that he's going to block the confirmation of the new Fed chair nominee, Kevin Warsh, President Trump told Maria Bartiromo moments ago that he believes that Tom Tillis will come to his senses. Eric Swalwell is officially a former congressman now. He's been accused another time here from another woman who says she was raped.
Lana Drews, a former model, accuses Swalwell of assaulting her in his hotel room in 2018.
He raped me. And he choked me. And while he was choking me, I lost consciousness.
Drews saying she believes Swalwell drugged her drink when they were planning to attend a political event. His attorney says the former congressman categorically and unequivocally denies each and every allegation of sexual misconduct and assault, calling them false, fabricated, and deeply offensive.
That's ABC's Lionel Moyes. The Justice Department has asked a federal appeals court to throw out seditious conspiracy convictions of Proud Boys and Oath Keepers leaders tied to the January 6th Capitol riot. Federal prosecutors said it's no longer in the interest of justice to continue to prosecute those cases after President Trump's day one order to pardon every defendant involved in the case. Here in Tennessee, Republicans in the General Assembly are thumbing their noses at an executive order from President Trump.
Even as the federal government loosens marijuana restrictions, Tennessee lawmakers are digging in. The Tennessean says Republicans passed a bill blocking state agencies from adjusting marijuana policy without new legislation. Supporters say the General Assembly, not federal changes or state commissioners, should decide marijuana policy. Opponents argue the legislature has stalled for years despite strong public support for medical cannabis. Vanderbilt polling shows about 81% of Tennesseans support medical marijuana. Nearly two-thirds support recreational legalization. Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures, little change now. The Dow futures plus 49, but the NASDAQ futures down a fraction. S&P futures are plus 5. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Talbot's Corner, 65 South at Trinity Lane this morning. There's still a crash there in the Gore. The Gore is blocked off this morning. Madison, 65 southbound before Briley Parkway, Ellington Parkway. You've got a crash on the right shoulder. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.806, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well, and welcome on in. Tax Day, April 15th of 2026, and a lot going on. So, yeah, Joan, let's talk about what's going on at Overton High School.
Okay.
So this is a public high school, and what they're doing is, or what they did, they helped Muslim students celebrate Ramadan by allowing them to leave class to go pray. But that's not all. Apparently, not only did they allow these kids to go leave class and to pray, but in a reserved space on campus during the school day, offering the accommodation daily during Ramadan and once a month during the rest of the year, according to local reports. According to a report published earlier this week in the Nashville Banner yesterday, John Overton High School in South Nashville also supports Muslim students during Ramadan by offering food-free classrooms during lunch for students who are fasting. So the school is making all of these accommodations for the Muslim students. Now, the question is this constitutional? So here's part of the story. In the afternoon, students who signed up received electronic hall passes, allowing them to leave class for 15 minutes to pray in a reserved space on campus. More than 80 students signed up, according to the Banner. 10 teachers also volunteered to make their classrooms a food-free space for Muslim students during the lunch hour during the month of Ramadan, where Muslims fast daily from dawn until dusk. So I'm hearing all of these accommodations being made for Muslim students. And look, I'm not hating on Muslim students, but what if it were, Christian students who wanted to use a classroom for, Bible study, or Jewish students wanting to, be able to do their prayers and so forth. I mean, there's a lot of
students at Lipscomb that wanted to wear red ties in honor of Charlie Kirk.
There is that as well.
Yeah.
Let's see
but,
here.
It didn't go far enough for the Muslim Advisory Council. The Muslim Advisory Council wanted to make sure that the Muslim students could skip heavy physical activities during their fasting period. So,
really?
no
I didn't hear that part of the story.
Yeah, that's in the New York Post version of the story. They seem to be able to dig a little bit more than, say, the Nashville Banner.
So repeat that one more time.
The American Muslim Advisory Council wanted to make sure they sent a letter to the Metro Nashville Public Schools asking educators not only to support Muslim students during Ramadan by giving students a reserved space for lunch, they also wanted them to skip heavy physical activities during the fasting period so that they wouldn't feel more hungry.
Wow.
Yeah. Yep.
Al-Nadir Muhammad, a member of the school's support staff, oversees the student prayer period and is responsible for assuring students are following the rules. He also offers support to Muslim students on campus, according to the Banner. And so now the question a lot of people are asking, is this constitutional? This is from Fox News. The U.S. Department of Education says public schools must permit constitutionally protected student prayer and religious expression, including private prayer during the school day, but may not sponsor, organize, coerce, or favor religious activity. So along those lines, this is my question now, what does the term organize mean? According to the story, I just said this, the school is allowing students to leave class to pray in a space reserved on campus. That sounds a little like organization.
Yeah.
The school is offering food-free classrooms during fasting. So at lunchtime, these students have a place to go where there won't be any food. A bunch of teachers are volunteering to make that happen. Now, I realize the teachers are volunteering, but are they not on company time? Are they not working at that time? Now, maybe you could say that they are on their own lunch break, and maybe that's the out for them. But it just does seem like, okay, so if you've got teachers that are helping to organize this and watching the students or whatever it is exactly that they're doing, well, then that sounds like the school is organizing, helping to organize and giving these students a place to do this. I guess there is also some prayer rugs that were, brought onto campus as well. I don't know if the prayer rugs were the property of the students or if the school provided them. I can't imagine the school actually provided those prayer rugs, but all of this sounds like they're organizing this or helping to organize this for the students.
Just imagine the reaction on the other side if this was some kind of Christian organization.
Well, that's what I was saying.
They would be out. I mean, they would physically be violent outside of school meetings and stuff.
This Al-Nadir Muhammad is paid by the school, by taxpayers, I assume. So if you want to go down the road of taxpayer dollars on this April 15th, the time that he's on the clock, he's accommodating these prayers. So, I mean, it does look to me, and again, I'm not hating on the students, but I'm asking a question about whether or not this is constitutional or not. So it does look to me like the school is organizing this. Jonathan Skrmetti, of course, the Tennessee Attorney General, was on with our friend Michael Patrick Leahy talking about just this. This is the audio. It sounds like Skrmetti, this is on his radar.
Is the state of Tennessee looking at that issue?
So there are a number of potential avenues there. The basic civil rights laws that apply to education don't cover religious discrimination. So there may be some other state laws. We'll find out. But it fundamentally goes to the difference between the Establishment Clause and the Free Exercise Clause. Free Exercise says the government can't stop you from practicing your religion. The Establishment Clause, as interpreted, and as we hear about every time the legislature tries to do anything these days, says that the state can't, well, it says something different, but it's been interpreted to mean the state can't participate in promoting particular religious viewpoints. So if the school is dedicating resources to something, that's a very different situation than if the students are self-organizing. Well, I expect that we'll be hearing more about it one way or another.
Well, you heard him say, I expect we'll be hearing about this one way or the other. It's all about to me, it's all about the term organizing. It does sound like the school is helping to organize these prayers for these kids and the food-free classrooms and all of that. So, yeah, the school is providing resources to all of this. And again, teachers, they are volunteering, but these teachers, essentially, they're on the clock, even though it's their lunchtime. That's part of the where we need more information. Jonathan Skrmetti is looking at this. But, to the point, and I don't want to belabor the point, Joan, but, can you imagine if Christian kids wanted to have a Bible study at the same time?
Yeah.
As the Ramadan prayers, would they be allowed to do that? Or again, Jewish kids, if they wanted to get together and pray, would they be allowed to at the same time as the Ramadan prayers, Joan?
Yeah. So, some of these ideas it's often pushed by the media. Nashville Banner just in November. So how many months ago are we talking? Like less than 6 months ago, had another story about John Overton High School and how Muslim kids are being harassed and bullied. This is the media pushing a narrative that's being played out in real time at these schools.
I think you're right.
Yeah, it's so very frustrating. They go through all about religious accommodations. but they're talking about it in terms of just the Muslim students. They don't talk about it in terms of Christians or Jews,
Right.
like you have just mentioned.
Well, and so the question is the school showing preferential treatment? And again,
Because
it seems
the media
to me,
does. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
it seems to me like if there were some Christian organizations on campus, I would push this. Like if I was at this school and I was at Overton High School, and I had a Christian organization, if I was a Christian, I had a bunch of Christian friends, I would push this. And I would say, okay, so we want to have our own time to get out of school, get out of class, and we want to go and, pray. Either at the same time as Ramadan, whatever, and see how that worked. I would push the envelope on this. I really would. By the way, it was back in 1963 that the Supreme Court said that school-sponsored Bible readings and prayers violated the Establishment Clause. This is from, I think I got this from Reuters. The U.S. Department of Education's guidance on constitutionally protected prayer and religious expression, updated February 5th of 2026 under the Trump administration, states that schools must remain neutral and accordingly cannot sponsor prayer, show preference for one religion, allow religious observation while denying similar requests, or excuse students from class for prayer if such events impede the education of other students. Public schools must annually certify their compliance with the guidance in order to receive federal education funding. So there you go.
Yeah, remember, and a listener noted this, the coach that got the assistant coach fired for praying on the field. Joe
I recall
Kennedy.
that. I don't remember the details. Maybe Sam can look it up.
Yeah, I have it.
Okay.
Bremerton High School in Washington. He prayed following games, and the Supreme Court last year said he had the right to pray on the field. That was in 2023. I mean, and that seems like that story comes up multiple times.
I think the Supreme Court precedent, we've got Engel v. Vitale and Abingdon versus Schempp. There's a whole bunch of, I would assume, teachers in 2022 basically ruled that what crosses the line into unconstitutional would be school sponsorship or organization of religious activity, teachers, administrators, or staff actively leading, promoting, organizing, or facilitating prayers.
That's what they're doing.
Iftars or religious events. Preferential treatment or favoritism towards one religion, coercion or pressure of non-adherence, which is kind of like a whole thing with Islam. Is that they try to invite you in on the welcoming. It's part of the taqiyya. They're tricking you.
Right.
A material disruption to education of other students, and appearance, just the appearance of official endorsement using taxpayer-funded school facilities, staff time, or resources in a way that a reasonable observer would see as a school promoting Islam over other faiths or non-religion.
So they're using the school facilities, and you've got, what is it, 10 teachers, I think they said, that are helping facilitate this. So, yeah, and they're letting these kids, they're letting these kids out of class to pray.
And also, and this is from another listener, I would say that if other kids had to remain in class and do classwork while the Muslims got their minutes or whatever to go pray, then it's definitely not fair. And you forget about that part of it. Everybody else has to stay in class. Then do the Muslims have to stay in class longer, extend their day so that they can also have because the law in the state requires that you have to be in the classroom for a certain period of time, a number of minutes. So are they fulfilling the number of minutes? Should they not be able to graduate because they don't have the proper amount of time in class?
And that's just par for the course with Islam, right? Like if you're not a Muslim living in a Muslim country, you pay a tax just to exist. So the preferential treatment it just runs rampant in my mind.
So we'll have to wait and see if did we do traffic? Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. Joan, just real quick. Let's not do an official traffic report, but Joan, is there anything going on?
Yeah, there's a crash on James Robertson Parkway at Gay Street in the Public Square area. Be careful, and just normal volume delays otherwise.
All right, thank you.
What street? What street was that?
James Robertson Parkway at Gay Street.
Must be where Chris is.
Would you stop? What is wrong with you? 820 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. What's that, Joan?
It's like he's 14.
It is.
My host is 12.
Actually, you know what, Joan? 13.
Okay.
I think I'm going 13 on Sam's sense of humor at times. All right, 8:20, Nashville's Morning News. Joan's got the news coming up at 8:30. Joan.
Yeah, coming up, we'll take a look at what's happening on the markets this morning. And with high stakes talks between Israel and Lebanon, they began yesterday. We'll take a look at what happened in those talks. That's coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTM.
$821 Super Talk 99.7, the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Listen, I'm Dan Mandis. The Wellness Institute of Nashville has my seal of approval on a great deal that could change your life. 47% off non-surgical spinal decompression therapy for 2026. Now, this is something that they want to do to help you out if you are suffering from back or neck pain, sciatica, slipped or bulging spinal discs, herniated discs, spinal stenosis, numbness or weakness in the arms and legs, fingers or toes. All of that can be a past memory because they can help you with 47% off non-surgical spinal decompression. Call this phone number, 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009. The website, painisbad.com. They do specialize in non-surgical spinal decompression, but they've got all kinds of other technology as well. They've got your robotic lasers, anti-gravity machines, cryo machines, stem cell stimulation machines, all at the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Call them, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009. The website, painisbad.com. That's painisbad.com. Dan Mandis here for USS United Structural Systems. This is a great local company, and they've been here in Middle Tennessee since 1994. And this is a company that's got 30,000 satisfied customers. Now, again, this is a great company. I'm one of those 30,000 satisfied customers, by the way. So they are your local foundation and waterproofing experts. They live here. They work here. They understand exactly how Tennessee soil, Tennessee weather, and Tennessee homes behave. Now, here's the deal. They know how to read the signs. And so if you see a crack or a leak in your home, well, you call USS. They're going to tell you exactly what those signs mean. They pinpoint problems at the source. So you could be talking about foundation settlement, basement water intrusion, crawl space moisture as well. These are all problems that need to get fixed right away. Now, with USS, no guesswork, just expert diagnosis from people who know Tennessee homes. And these are indeed engineered solutions that last from your local experts. So call them, 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855. USSTN.com is the website. United Structural Systems. They've been out to my home several times. They are problem solvers. They are experienced, and they are local. They are USS. 827 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, so I have 3 minutes, Joan, to talk about what happened on CNN. Guy named Hal Lambert was on Abby Phillips' show on CNN, and I do have video here. And this is them, the panel, talking about whether or not Obama's former advisor, I don't know if David Axelrod is still Obama's advisor or if he is just a Democrat operative, but the theory is that he goes to see the Pope, and then it's like the very next day, the Pope starts bashing Donald Trump, and effectively the accusation is that this is all part of a Democrat plot to try to take down Donald Trump. This is how the whole thing unfolded. Now, if you're watching on Super Talk TV, and I hope that you are, I want you to notice the look of absolute incredulousness from these CNN hosts. Listen and watch.
100% political, okay? This is all about trying to hurt President Trump's Catholic vote during the midterms and Republicans during the midterms. If you look at what play out the dots here, David Axelrod goes and visits.
Oh my
the
God,
Pope
the
last
arrogance
week.
of this.
Are
There's
you
a
not going to let me
billion
finish?
Catholics
Let
in
me
the
finish,
world.
please.
They're all worried
Let me
about Trump's
finish.
election
Are you
in the
gonna-
midterms.
Clearly,
All
I'm
right,
striking a chord here.
Let's let him finish the thought.
David Axelrod.
Oh my gosh.
Are you watching
She
on
wanted
Super
to
Talk
make sure
TV?
that she wanted to make sure that he couldn't talk.
Well, yeah, and she's saying that there's what did she say, 1 billion Catholics or whatever it is? Yeah, but it seems to me like the Pope is inserting himself into the political discussion. And so it seems to me like that's what they're trying to do. And when you are meeting with, and it looks sus.
Oh, yeah.
Where you have a meeting with David Axelrod, a Democrat operative, and then in the days that follow, you decide that it's now a perfect time to start commenting on the war. And I don't know. Joan, I don't know if you're watching Super Talk TV.
Yeah.
Look at this. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that face.
I know.
Just that look, and I realize it's radio. The look of incredulousness is just, oh, how dare you?
Axelrod goes and visits Pope Leo last week. They're talking about Obama going to visit Pope Leo. Pope Leo's from Chicago. All of a sudden, now Pope Leo is out attacking Trump and the policies of the United States and Israel. In a way, well, in a much more forceful way. You have 3 cardinals come out today attacking the immigration policy. This is all about trying to get the Catholic vote against Trump. And let me add one more thing.
There's a lot of flaws in this argument.
They're going to succeed. No, there's no
They're
flaws.
gonna succeed.
There's no flaws. Well,
actually, I don't believe that there are any flaws.
Including that none of the things that you're
Axelrod is the
describing
chief
as
strategist for Obama.
He's also from Chicago, but that's not why
is
he
saying
went.
he's not political. Why is he meeting with the chief strategist for both Obama's campaigns and in the White House?
Pope
oh,
Francis,
really?
hold on a second.
Would he have a possible reason to meet with a chief
hold on a
political?
second. Vance met with the Pope And before the Pope last Francis, one died. exactly. What was Pope he doing Francis there? met with J.D. Vance. Pope Francis was extremely critical.
J.D. Vance is
of,
Vice President of the United States.
Hold on a second. Pope Francis was extremely critical of Trump. He was extremely critical of the immigration rhetoric from Trump and his allies. He still met.
Let me add one more thing that Pope Leo's not critical
What's
of.
the conspiracy?
Because let me ask you this.
Again, just the looks of incredulousness on the face of Abby Phillips and whoever that blonde woman is. But
how dare you?
That's exactly right. That's how it comes across. And you know, I saw the same looks of incredulousness when we started to figure out that Obama's administration and Hillary Clinton's campaign and the DNC were working with the FBI to frame Donald Trump on Russian collusion. So, you know, it's like this whole, oh, well, I never, or how dare you? It's like,
how dare you?
You know what? The Democrats, you can't trust them as far as you can throw them. And so do I think that there's a possibility that there was some collusion, if you will, between the Democrats and the Pope? Absolutely, I do. I don't believe that that's a conspiracy theory. I believe that it's a theory, but I don't think there's any conspiracy at all. And when you look at how the whole thing played out, to me, absolutely, that is what happened. It is 8:31 on WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Central Command says the U.S. naval blockade of all Iranian ports continues with no ships getting past the blockade and merchant vessels being turned around. Retired U.S. Army Colonel Seth Crumrick tells ABC News the goal is to choke Iran's oil income to force concessions in a second round of talks.
The oil wells that are pumping oil in Iran, think of that as the country's economic heartbeat. So if those wells stop, then the heart stops and their economy dies.
President Trump says new talks could kick off within days. High-stakes talks between Israel and Lebanon began yesterday in Washington, but there is a hitch.
Hezbollah, a designated terrorist group, was not at the table at the State Department yesterday. And that group has said they are going to continue to fight against Israel. Israel is insisting they're going to continue protecting their citizens. So we are at somewhat of an impasse unless the Lebanese government agrees to disarm Hezbollah.
That's ABC's Shannon Kingston. Now, the Israeli ambassador to the U.S. described yesterday's meeting as a wonderful exchange. The next talks in a few weeks. In Omaha, Nebraska, a 3-year-old boy is recovering from stab wounds. ABC News reports that he was stabbed by a woman who kidnapped him from a Walmart.
He had been with his caregiver in a Walmart when the woman approached with the knife. Police told her to drop it, and when she cut the boy, they opened fire. The boy suffered a cut on his face and hand. The woman did not survive. 2 years ago, she was accused of stabbing her father. She was found not responsible by reason of insanity.
Now, the Omaha police chief said the officers acted with courage and decisiveness. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. We are trading now on the Dow Jones Industrials up 73. The Nasdaq beginning here 82 points higher. We've got the S&P gaining 14. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Take a Joan at 8:34. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Ridgeside Canine Nashville. If you've got a dog that needs some help, Ridgeside Canine Nashville, they can help. I call them the Dog Whisperers, and they've helped thousands of dogs and their owners over the last 25 years solve those behavioral issues. They can help you as well. We're talking about aggression, potty problems, anxiety, basic obedience. They can help you help your precious dog with just about anything. Yeah, I do. I call them the Dog Whisperers. Now, they've got a lifetime support guarantee. They're there for you 24/7. What I want you to do is go find them on Facebook because they put out great videos of their success stories with these dogs. You can find them, again, on Facebook, Ridgeside Canine Nashville. I follow them, and you should as well. Now, again, you call them up. You tell them, this is what my dog's doing. Can you help me, yes or no? And more often than not, that answer is going to be yes. I've actually spoken to some of their clients, and these clients had actually lost hope, lost faith that someone would be able to help their dog. They called Ridgeside Canine Nashville, and lo and behold, they were able to help their dogs. Find them online, rsk9nash.com. That is the letter K, the number 9, rsk9nash.com. Call him, tell him Dan told you to reach out, 615-878-0380, 615-878-0380. Ridgeside Canine Nashville, veteran owned, proven results, and guaranteed for life.
Okay, we've got an accident, Briley Parkway in the westbound lanes before Ashland City Highway. Watch 2 in Public Square at James Robertson Parkway. At Gay Street, there's a crash. Madison, it's 65 south before Briley Parkway. There's a crash off to the right shoulder. And then one more. This is on 24, the eastbound lanes in Murfreesboro. It's an accident near Old Fort Parkway. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.838 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Morning to your friends, and it is, Joan, you know what I've noticed? My 2 favorite segments. My first one and my last one.
Mm-hmm.
My first one because at 5 o'clock I come out ready to go.
Yeah.
Full of, P and V.
And then the last one, you're also ready to go.
The last one, I'm also ready to go.
Also full of P.
And yes, actually, more P than V by the last. People know what I mean by V? Piss and vinegar?
Vinegar.
Okay, very good. Listen, I just wanted to make sure. Because some people, they hear me talk, they don't really actually understand some of the things that I say. I have to speak slower for some people.
They're not listening fast enough, Dan.
That's exactly right. Or they're listening with a half ear, like Phil used to say, Van Gogh listeners. It's exactly right.
It's one of the best lines. I use it on my kids.
Do you really?
I do.
Van Gogh listeners?
Are you Van Gogh listening to me right now?
If you're not, you can Van Gogh to your room.
It's pretty good.
Do you get the eye roll from your kids like I sometimes get from Riker, and like I always got from my kids when they were growing up?
There has been some increased frequency in the eye rolls.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
We're trying to snap them back into place.
Now, do you ever use...
say, if I rolled my father, oh my gosh, he would not hold off on spankings. Like eye rolling, that's so disrespectful.
Yeah, that's the thunder round.
Is that the thunder round?
See.
That's the thunder round.
Oof. You know what I've said in the past? I'll give you something to roll your eyes about.
There you go.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So...
That sounds so... Yeah.
Mom used to say, oh, you think my words hurt? You just wait till I grab the spatula.
Spaced.
Spatula?
Yeah, I asked her one time, I'm like 3 years old. I'd like knocked some stuff over on the table. She's got friends over, and she's taking me back to the room with a spatula. No joke. Look her up in the eyes, sweetest brown-eyed boy as can be, and say, Mama, are we going to make pancakes in my room? We did not. She still spanked me.
3 years old sounds young.
For spanking?
Yeah.
I was a turd.
Oh.
Not much has changed.
Exactly. I'm just a larger turd.
So, yeah, no, we didn't. Well, first of all, if I was going to spank, I wouldn't use a spatula.
It was my pancake spatula.
You make the kid go pick their own switch like a good dad.
It's exactly right.
What if you live in like Arizona and all you got's cacti?
It's going to be a bad day.
Yeah, I'm not much of a spanker, but clip it.
Oh,
clip it.
Clip that one.
That's a
No.
nasty one.
But if I was
That's
gonna,
nasty.
if I was gonna spank, I would just use my hand, right?
Also clipping.
Yep.
Also clipping.
Okay.
Yep.
It is not my fault that your minds are in the gutter.
Leave this part out.
Hashtag trendsetter, baby.
You were telling us that this is your favorite break of the day.
You know what? Funny how that changes as time goes on. As we get further into the bit and I continue to dig my own hole.
Dan always allows new information to change his mind.
That's absolutely right. Anyway, no, Joan, did you ever spank your kids?
Yeah.
What did you use?
Hand.
There you go.
Yeah.
Who needs a good spatula when you've got your hand? Wait. There we go. That's what it would sound like.
My dad was very familiar with the belt.
Ooh.
Not kidding. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
He was
kinda
tough.
hardcore.
He was a tough guy. We didn't stray.
All right, so real
Very
quick,
often.
I think I've done this before, but real quick, let's go around the room. What did we get spanked for as a kid? Give me the one thing that you got spanked for. Joan, you're first.
Talking back.
Talking back.
Yes.
All right.
Talking back with expletives.
Oh,
Okay.
see- oh.
Chris?
Scratching my sister's CD on vacation, and I have to tell you, even all these years later, it was a setup. I didn't do it. My older sister did it. My meme was on vacation. She was very disappointed in me.
Meme, is that grandmother?
Meme hand. Yeah, she was
Okay.
very disappointed. My little sister at the time sold me out and went with the conspiracy queen, the older sister, who's also a liberal. So don't even try and take her side.
Sure.
I got set up.
So you in fact did not scratch
Nope.
the CD.
I did
Why
not.
would you be accused of such a thing?
I mean, I was an annoying little brother. So I think
Shocker.
that she wanted to take me out of the equation for a little while.
What was this? What was the CD? Was like Britney Spears?
No, it was probably something dumb. Like
See, you don't even know what
Incubus.
CD it was, so clearly you didn't do it.
It couldn't have been me.
Chris,
Dan.
we don't tell lies to the audience, our
true.
friends who are listening. So I'm going to ask you this one time.
Go ahead.
Did you scratch that CD?
I did not scratch that CD.
Allegedly.
How did it get scratched then?
These are questions I have too, John.
Hey, Joan, do you have your Bible? I'd like Chris
I
to
will do it. I will do it.
testify.
I will
Swear on the Bible.
My
Okay.
older
I
sister
didn't
scratched
bring
that
it with
CD.
me. Yeah.
She set me up.
Is this still a line of contention all these years later?
It is with me.
Clearly.
It is with me, Dan.
Okay. Very
Do
good.
you guys like talk about it over Thanksgiving dinner?
The talking has ceased.
Oh, is she one of the libs in your family?
Yeah, he just said.
Oh.
The older sister is the lib.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
How about the younger sister?
She fled New England and moved to Alabama. I mean, I think that's all you need to.
That's all we need to know.
That's all you need to know.
You still working on the older sister?
No, that ship is sailed. And like, I don't know. Like, first of all, I love my older sister, and I pray for her. But she is in education. She is not married. She has no children. Her friends are lesbians. If she ever woke up to the conservative side of thinking or Christianity, she would lose everything overnight. She would lose the job that she loves. She would lose the entertainment that she loves. She would lose the friends that she loves, and that's all she has.
Well, can I ask this question? So, I mean, all her friends are lesbian and she's not married. Does she play for the other team or?
I don't know.
All right, whatever.
I don't deal with that.
All right, so I
I love how you took it there.
I don't even want to think about it.
Dan's like, is she gay by association?
I'll tell you.
I'm just asking a question
I'll
because
tell you what, it was pretty gay when she scratched that CD and blamed it on me. I'll tell you that much.
Oh my goodness.
I got spanked. My brother and I, folks may have heard this before. I got spanked because my brother and I walked to In-N-Out when we were like, my brother was like 10, I was like 8. And we walked across a very busy Grand Avenue in Diamond Bar, California, walking from our house to In-N-Out. And my brother told me not to say anything. Dan, don't say anything. Don't say anything. We're not allowed to do this, but I've got like $10 and we can go to In-N-Out. Don't say anything. So, of course, you know what I did. I said something.
You said, I'm not hungry for dinner. I had In-N-Out earlier.
You haven't shut up about In-N-Out since you were 8 years old, apparently, then.
Oh, no. It's an ongoing thing.
But that was, bro, it's probably a loving spanking because you could have been abducted.
No.
And
Well,
trafficked.
Sure.
You were young boys. John Wayne Gacy was on a rampage back then, was he not?
I wouldn't know.
People
Maybe.
like that existed. I'm just saying.
Oh, I know
it was
they
a loving
existed.
spanking. So all of that pain came from love.
Yeah, you know what? The whole "this hurts me more than it hurts you."
That's a
not
lie.
Not that day, man.
That's a
Holy
lie.
mackerel! My mom, a very tiny individual, but boy, she could pack a slap. She really could.
I just know that's a lie because I've said that to my kids, and it's like, probably doesn't. I'll be honest.
Well, if you're doing it right, no. If you spank them hard enough, clearly it's not going to hurt you more than it hurts them.
It's a myth.
you have brought some audio regarding and a video of J.D. Pritzker.
Yes, JB.
Whatever. Yes.
Remember,
do that all the time.
JB for Giant Boy.
Giant Boy, J.B. Pritzker. Okay, very good. Anyway, J.B. Pritzker.
Well, they have just signed House Bill 106 into law.
Yeah, Chicago.
In Chicago, Illinois. And it decriminalizes the spreading of HIV.
It decriminalizes the spreading of knowingly
spreading HIV is no longer a crime.
Okay, this is the video.
We turn down to Illinois after Governor Pritzker signed a new law that decriminalizes spreading HIV. Now, the new policy officially repeals a law that was passed back in 1986. There have been 8 people who were convicted on the law since it was enacted. The AIDS Foundation of Chicago says 80 have been charged, but for that foundation, this is just as much about breaking a stigma.
Oh, wait, what the
we have to break a stigma. Screw you for not knowing that that stranger had HIV.
So to formulate how something like this comes about, you must be HIV positive and must have like next to no bedroom game, right? Like how we have with the Tennessee Men's Clinic, rated M for missing. And so now you're complaining that when you have to disclose that you have HIV, well, you want that to be changed as the law. That's essentially how we got here.
Yeah, people are going to get AIDS because of this.
Yep.
Yep.
Because people weren't getting laid.
They'll have reason. They'll have more than just reason, but they'll have the ability to come back and sue these people now. Sue J.B. Pritzker. Sue the entire legislature.
Well, they should. And I don't understand the stigma that they're talking about. Either somebody has AIDS or HIV. Somebody has HIV or they don't. And there are a lot of straight people that have HIV too. And so I don't understand why that. Well, I do, because it's Chicago. You know what I did one time? So you know how you say Chicago, right?
Chicago.
You know what I did one time, though? I was having, I don't know what, I was losing my mind over. I put a T after sh.
Oh.
I did. I put a T in between sh and Chicago.
Okay.
I put a T right in there.
A T.
I did. So basically, and I can't say it now, but basically I called Chicago, basically crap-cago.
Oh.
But using the actual SH word.
I like it.
You know, people actually liked it. Shockingly, I didn't get in trouble.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. I fooled everybody by saying that it was an accident.
Do you want to hear something? Hear something wild about this?
What's
in
that?
Illinois? This is actually a looser law than what California has on the books. California made it a misdemeanor instead of a felony to transmit HIV, but Illinois just decriminalized it outright.
That is so crazy.
I'm sure it's a looser law.
I was shocked to find out the other states, though. Maryland has the same law. North Dakota, New Jersey, Texas.
Really? Texas?
First state to do it, 1994.
Okay.
Wow.
So according to the Illinois way things are going to be set up there, you will not be able to sue the state. You could civilly sue the person who transmitted HIV to you, but the success depends heavy on facts as far as negligence, knowledge of, and now that's all.
This is where
could that not be construed as attempted murder?
I mean, argument being that you can live with it. Magic Johnson, I guess, beat it.
Well, but here's the deal: attempted murder. You are killing someone or trying to kill someone
with malicious intent.
With malicious intent.
I mean, you could,
but if
right?
if you are sleeping with someone, gay or otherwise, you run the risk. And so if you are having relations with someone, not using any kind of protection, then you're it's the risk that you're taking.
You're leaning on personal responsibility for the other party.
Yeah, personal. I mean, I'm against this, but there is a responsibility that one has.
I get that.
To protect themselves. So no, I wouldn't say it's attempted.
Great ad for marriage, by the way. Just saying.
So we're talking about me walking to In-N-Out and how, my mom was like, "Oh, you'll get kidnapped." One of the super texters. Nobody wanted Dan even back then.
Rude.
Do you know what I love about the super? Like anytime I start feeling like pretty good about, I've had a pretty good show.
Savages.
Spot on, had some good guests, made some good points, and then all I got to do is read the super text line to bring me right back down.
Okay, so 3618, great point. It wasn't that long ago that we were locking people up for not wearing masks.
Yeah.
And
if it saves one life, Joan, if it saves one life.
I was accused of attempting to kill the elderly. The elderly parents of people that I worked with because I wouldn't get vaccinated.
People are dying, Joan.
Yes.
You want more people to die?
They're losing patience with me.
Even after COVID, I would still be nervous about letting Joan near my elderly parents.
There's probably a good reason for that.
All right, very good. It is 8:53, and Chris, real quick, what do you got coming up?
We're going to talk about the J.D. Vance Turning Point USA event last night. Stephen A. Smith, we got some updates on Savannah Hernandez, and we'll talk about Iran.
Man, I saw that video.
Dude, she got leveled.
Man.
She was on the show yesterday. The vice president mentioned her last night.
Yes.
So I had sent her a text, and I said, any thoughts on the VP bringing you up tonight? And I know Sav, and I know her dad, so I'm like that's pretty cool, like at the end of the day. And she goes, honored, but also so emotionally exhausted. I'm in bed dizzy, so I can't fully appreciate this. This is last night at like 9:30.
She's got a concussion, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She said the FBI better bring charges. If they don't, after the VP called this out, then it makes it even worse.
Has she met J.D. Vance?
Yeah.
So she's probably interviewed him. And
she
so
was
forth.
on. Well, she was at the Antifa roundtable at the White House.
Got it. That's
she
right.
She was also one of the people that received the Epstein binders, the infamous Epstein binders.
The infamous Epstein binders.
So
she had to walk up to Pam Bondi and say, "Hey, could you sign this for me?"
Honestly,
you know what I mean? Like autograph it. Maybe she could sell it because essentially it was worthless.
Well, it is going to be worth money someday. I mean, there was only 20 of those that were made.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right.
No, you're right. We'll see it on eBay.
It is 8:54, Super Talk 99.7, and I want to tell you about my friends at Window Nation. Spring is here. It is a great time to open those windows, and if your windows don't easily open, if they leak, maybe they're broken, they need painting again, check out my friends at Window Nation. They can help you get new energy-efficient windows at a great price from Window Nation. And right now, they've got a great deal going on, a great sale. The more you buy, the more you save sale. It is going on right now. You could save up to 50% off all the windows for your home. You could also get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. This is huge. Great news and great prices from my friends at Window Nation. Schedule a fast, free consultation right now. WindowNation.com. I've got 4 in my home. They've got an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau and also 96% customer satisfaction rating and over 45,000 5-star reviews. Now, remember, the more you buy, the more you save sale going on right now. 50% off all the windows for your home. 0% interest financing for 5 years. WindowNation.com. Mark Spain Real Estate. Skip the spring cleaning and sell your home hassle-free with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Dan Mandis here. Now, the spring real estate market, it is in full swing. You can skip the hassle of listing your home on the market and sell on your terms with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. No showings, no open houses, just a strong all-cash offer. You're going to close in as few as 21 days. Now, one of their clients, Caitlin, said, working with Mark Spain Real Estate was so easy, and they exceeded my expectations. It was a very competitive real estate market, and they helped us accomplish our goals. I would 100% work with Mark Spain Real Estate again. Mark Spain Real Estate has been helping homeowners just like Caitlin sell their homes for 30 years. They've served over 72,000 satisfied clients. Now, don't worry about the inconvenience of selling your home. The guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate makes the home selling process seamless and stress-free. Find out what the guaranteed offer on your home would be. There's no obligation. 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. Find them online anytime, markspain.com, to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com, and start packing. 8:59, Super Talk 99.7, WTN Super Text line, very active this morning.
Yes, so a lot of people are saying you got to spank the kids.
Amen.
A lot of people. Don't spare the child the rod. But can I just say something? If you're watching on Super Talk TV, the look on your face when you heard the bumper music coming into the radio show.
I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is.
It's Sam trying to hip this place up a bit.
It's going to take a lot more than bumper music if I'm around.
I don't think so, Dan.
The hip factor of this radio station goes up like 20-fold when I leave the studio.
No,
which is fine.
Not true.
See, that sentence on that beat just sounded even more hip.
It does.
Whatever.
It's like Brian Wilson when he fills in for me. Like, you hear him on, like, Mobb Deep Shook once, and you're like, wow, Brian.
Mob what?
Mobb Deep.
Penicillin will take care of that a little bit. Mob Deep.
Yeah.
Deep Mob Deep. What is it?
Don't worry about it. It's decriminalized in Illinois. You'll be fine.
All right. Can I be done now?
I think now you can be done.
Can I be done? Because I've been.
Sit.
The funny thing is, like, Chris is looking at me right now. I thought you were going to say the look on Dan's face. That is the face of a man who has been trying to go to the bathroom for 20 minutes. And I just cannot leave this studio.
Hold on,
I'm glad that that's the issue.
I got one more question for you. And it's a doozy.
Okay.
I hope you're ready for it.
Okay.
I don't want to build it up too much.
Sure.
But it's important that we ask this.
You see what he's doing, right? Good, Chris. That's funny.
Can you let me finish? I'm speaking. Did you have fun today?
Up until the last 20 seconds. Absolutely.
Perfect.
All right, Chris.